furniture prices you won't believe? At Wayfair, great prices.
Andrew, Bob, Juan, how's it all going, everybody? Can y'all hear me, or is the sound still not coming through? Very low. Let me turn it up a little bit. Music needs to be lower. Yeah, I haven't done this in a while, guys. It's been a long time. So, okay, so voice is a little lower than the, okay, so I'm going to turn the music way down here. That's good. Voice is good now. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, if there's any issues, just let me know. Fantastic. And I guess the music is okay, or is the music now too low? Good. All right. Yeah, guys, thanks for joining in. I'm just building a small PC, and let me turn the music up a little bit. And really, I mean, this isn't supposed to be a gaming PC. This is actually just for kind of production of my YouTube videos. I'm not going to be editing on this at all, but this is pretty much going to be for capturing video footage whenever I need to use a PC, because most of the computers I use are Macs. I edit all my videos on a Mac. Okay, great. Looks like the sound is good. Awesome. But for a lot of the software aspects of some of the mods that I do, it obviously requires a PC. And I do have a PC, but it's a laptop from 2011. And I've used it in a lot of my videos. So my Xbox video, I captured footage from it when I had to do some of the BIOS mods. And I actually also used it for the ROM dumper for the Game Boy carts. And those all require PC software. So I was using my laptop for a while and I was capturing footage off of the laptop, but the resolution of the laptop is not even 720p. So it's pretty low resolution. And when I import that into my videos, it doesn't look that good. So I was like, maybe it's time to build a PC. I've actually always wanted to build a PC. Just never really, you know, kind of delved into it. It seemed kind of daunting, but I did watch a couple of videos. And it actually doesn't seem too bad. It seems, you know, nowadays, and I'm sure it's been like this for a while, but it just seems like everything is very plug and play and pretty simple. There's actually a lot of great websites out there. The one I was using was called that, you know, it helps you check for compatibility. But the one website I used was PC Part Picker. I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with that. And that kind of makes sure that all the components you choose are compatible with each other. And also your power requirements. So, you know, to make sure you get the right power supply. So yeah, PC Part Picker, I made sure all my stuff was compatible. When I was like, kind of choosing the components I wanted. One thing you'll know, you probably noticed from the title, I don't have a GPU. Obviously, the GPUs are stupid expensive right now. So I really don't need one because I'm not going to be gaming on this. This is essentially just to help me produce my YouTube videos. And really, its main purpose is to capture footage of PC software needed to do some of the mods, or that I need to do some of the mods with. But, all right, let's see here. So we've been streaming for about a few minutes, and how many people are here? So we got 60 people. I'm probably going to start here in a little bit. Maybe let a few more folks trickle in. But, and I'll go over all the parts that I got, so, and you know, unbox everything. I haven't opened up anything. Actually, the really interesting thing that I got is, oh, hey, the Nerd Nook. Hey, thank you so much for the $5. The Nerd Nook said, integrated graphics are super underrated these days. Excited to see how it turns out. Yeah, me too. I think that's part of the reason why I got this processor. It's an APU, and it basically has integrated graphics built in, and it's supposed to be pretty good, and it's probably more than enough for what I need. But you can kind of see it here. Let me change the camera angle. So this is the case actually, and you'll notice it comes flat packed, and that's my PC case. This is it. It's really it's from Teenage Engineering, which, and I'll get into this a little bit later, but I'm actually really a little bit nervous about this because it requires you to actually build the case. It doesn't come pre-assembled like a lot of the Mini-ITX cases. They typically come pre-built, but this one I gotta piece it and part it together. But all right, let me go through the chat here. Again, Nerd Nook, thank you so much. Yeah, integrated graphics are pretty underrated. I agree. Oh, okay, so Bizna says, why is the video quality so low? Is everybody seeing low quality? I wonder if my upload speed is taking a hit for some reason. Yeah, Bob Builder. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I were to buy a GPU, it probably would have cost as much as everything I bought here. And I'm just like, I really can't afford that, so I'm just gonna forego it. And really, it's unnecessary. I mean, the CPU, or the APU rather, was expensive, but, you know, I kind of factored in the fact that it has a integrated graphics, so. But yeah. It's showing 1080p for me. It looks decent. Okay, good. Okay, so I guess... Alright, fantastic. Yeah, maybe just let it buffer a little bit and it should be okay. Wow, so Stadium Arts got a 3080 Ti and it was 2,200 Canadian. That is very expensive. Wow. Yeah, that's beyond the realm of what I would spend on something like this. None of this, even all this together, and I'll try and go through the prices as well. I think the build is sub 1,000. I want to say, actually no, maybe not, because the case was actually surprisingly expensive for what it is. I mean, you saw it. It's basically stamped steel that's been painted, and I got to bend it and fold it myself. So that should be pretty interesting. All right, I think I've been chatting enough. Let's go ahead and, I guess, get started. Yeah, Stadium Arts, me too. I was really hoping prices would go down for GPUs, but it's just, and actually, since this is a Mini-ITX, I actually need a pretty short GPU. This doesn't fit like those full-size, super huge GPUs. I actually kind of need a shorter one. It's mostly limitations of the case, but yeah, so. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so yeah, that's right, Stadium Arts. So the case itself, this was almost $200. And again, this was designed by Teenage Engineering. And for those of you who aren't familiar with Teenage Engineering, they make a lot of synthesizers, like for music production. But they're also, I believe, a design house. So they actually are contracted by other companies to design things. And one example is, I don't know if you all know the Panic Playdate, but the Panic Playdate was actually designed, I guess the case and everything was designed by Teenage Engineering. So yeah, and I think they do some IKEA furniture as well. But all right, yeah, so let's take a look first at all the components. So the first thing here, I got the case. It's from Teenage Engineering. This cost about $200, so kind of pricey, but I'm actually pretty excited about building it. It's pretty cool looking case. So I'm gonna set that aside. Now for the CPU or the APU, I got a Ryzen 5700G, and this again has the integrated Radeon graphics. That's the main reason why I got it, was just because I didn't want to get a GPU, so this one has one. So, and I think this was like $300. So, but yeah, and it actually comes with the case. So I did, or sorry, with the fan. So I didn't have to buy the fan. Hey, Ksenia, thank you so much for the $5. Say hello to Simeon for me. All right, Ksenia is a close friend, so that's really cool. All right, so yeah, so AMD Ryzen 5700G. All right, so the next thing that I got, the RAM, and I really didn't. Again, this is my first PC build, so I just kind of chose parts that seemed like they would work for my purpose. So this is, I got some DDR4 RAM, Vengeance, some Corsair Vengeance, LPX. It's 3200 megahertz, so I know, I think that's probably pretty, standard. I know they go up even higher than that. 16 gigabytes, so two 8 gigabyte DIMMs, and it's low profile, so it should fit. The fan shouldn't get in the way. But yeah, so that's the RAM. Oh. I mean, this is just a small thing. So the case has an opening for one of the cooling fans, and it didn't come with a cage, so I bought a cage for it. And I'm actually not sure if this is going to fit, so I may or may not be able to use this. But yep, so there's that. And for the hard drive, or where I'm going to be installing all the software and the operating system, I got just one SSD. An NVMe 500 gigabyte Samsung. Again, this wasn't like top of the line or anything, but for my purposes, I think this is probably more than good enough. And this was pretty cheap. I want to say this was like maybe $50. I think the motherboard actually has two M.2 slots, so I'm going to probably upgrade it later on. But yeah, so there's that. All right. And then we got the power supply. Again, I won't be using a GPU, So only got a 600 watt, which is more than enough, and probably will be able to fit a smaller GPU if I ever decide to upgrade. This is a fully modular power supply. This one was actually, I believe, recommended by Teenage Engineering. I think this is the one they use in their builds. So also one of the more expensive components, pretty much the APU, this, and the motherboard were kind of the, well, I guess the case was also pretty expensive. I forget how much this cost, maybe like 160 bucks. But yeah, so power supply. And I'll be, and I apologize. I don't have my speakers running through my setup right now, so I sometimes don't hear the notifications. But Diego, thank you so much for the 10 euros. Diego says, the GPU prices are the reason why I don't build a PC tower right now, but I wish you the best of luck with yours. Love your channel. Greetings from Germany. Diego, thank you so much. Yeah, I totally understand. Building a computer right now is, especially if you want to build like a nice gaming PC, it's just not feasible, and we have crypto and all that stuff to thank for that, which really stinks. But I really do hope the prices come down. I feel like I've been saying that for years, but with the parts or the chip shortage and everything, it's just not the ideal situation right now to build a PC. But hopefully the prices go down for you, Diego, sometime soon, so you can build your own PC. All right, and this is the motherboard. It's a Gigabyte Aorus X570, and this actually has the Wi-Fi already built in, so I don't have to get a separate module for that, which is good because with the Mini-ITX build, you typically only get one PCI Express slot, which is for a GPU. So I do believe most of the motherboards probably have Wi-Fi built in, so you don't have to really waste a spot for it. Although I don't know if a PCI Express port would be for Wi-Fi. Maybe you can use there's probably some other socket for it. But anywho, yeah, so this supports the AM4 socket, which is what my APU is. Yeah, so there's that. And then the last thing I got is this Noctua NF-A8 PWM case fan, and this is 80 millimeters. I believe it's 80 millimeters. It doesn't say, but this is again the one that Teenage Engineering recommended. And oh yeah, so it's an 80 by 80 millimeter fan, case fan, and Chromax. I wonder if this has oh, maybe that's just the colors. That's just so I got a black one because I think the black probably would look best. Maybe that's, I don't think this has any RGB on it or anything, so. But okay, so that's everything. Prior to this, I was speaking to Stadium Arts, and he says to build out the motherboard first. So I'm gonna definitely do that, but I think what I kind of want to do is open the case, because I want to show you guys what the case looks like. So let's do that really quick first. All right, so in what I'm assuming, is typical Teenage Engineering fashion, it's a very minimalist packaging. It's flat packed. Here I got a little tab that I can pull to open it, so let's go ahead and do that. And I do have limited space here, but all right. So I think this is as wide as my camera gets. So if you can't see everything, forgive me. But okay, so I think this is where all the flat panels are. We got some parts in here and some more parts here. So let's take these out. It's actually getting kind of warm. Take my sweater off. Okay, so in this box we got some parts. Not sure if that's going to focus for you. But let's see here. So we got the handle, We got the silicon feet. We got some T8. So I'm assuming that's Torx 8 screws. Oh, it's a driver. So we got a screwdriver. We got some M3. Yeah, whatever. So we got a bunch of parts in here. So we'll check that out in a second. And oh, here we got some of the electronics for the case. So we got the pin headers, a USB-C port. Let's see if I can focus. There we go. USB-C cable, USB-C port plug, the power switch, and the audio out. So that must be a 3.5mm headphone jack. And then this is all of the sheet metal. So we got 5 sheet metal parts. So let's take a look at this. I'm sure y'all are maybe somewhat interested in what this looks like. All right, so there it is. It's very cool. Wow, this is actually going to be really small. Okay, so you can see you got the Teenage Engineering branding here. Very cool. It's actually kind of light. I wonder, this might actually be aluminum. I thought maybe it was steel, but it might be aluminum. And we got some, so this is called the Computer One case. And it got some instructions here. It says to visit the website in multiple languages. Okay, yeah, so here is, this is the opening, I believe, for the power supply. So actually I won't be able to put a cage on this one, but that's fine. Okay. And this is the back panel. So this is where all your I/O is. Power supply goes right here. And you would basically trim this part out. This is where the GPU back would be right here. So again, guys, I apologize. I'm also going to try and respond to the comments here. But it might be a little bit difficult for me. I also don't have audio, so I don't hear. So if I miss something, I apologize. But, okay. Yes, this is very important instructions. It says, think twice, bend once, because we do need to basically bend the case into its shape. So definitely don't want to make any mistake with that. All right, so let's take, we're almost done here. I think it's almost everything. So this is the 80mm case fan. It's going to go right here. Okay. Again, think twice, bend once. Absolutely. And then the last one is this right here. All right. So I'm going to set all this aside. Now, one of the other things you have to be aware of is none of these holes are tapped. So one of the videos I saw, they actually recommend tapping the screws before you even attempt to build it. So I will definitely do that. But let me set all the sheet metal aside. All right. Yep. Yeah. So the Noctua fan, I chose those because they're supposed to be very quiet. So, and I do want this case to be very quiet. So yes, so Teenage Engineering, I believe, is Swedish. I don't think they're based out of the UK. I think they're based out of Sweden. All right, so yeah, here we got the, this looks like the power switch. Okay, so we're gonna make sure we don't lose that. We got some like grommets, some, other additional pieces. And then here are some of here's the header pins. Oh, it's cool. They even got like the Teenage Engineering branding right there on the cable. Oh man, guys, this is going to be a long stream, I feel like. There's a lot of parts. And here's the USB-C port. Okay, and I think that's everything in there. So let's go ahead and put that aside. And this are some of the other miscellaneous components. Oh yeah, so here we got the handles. So these are pretty cool. So the kind of like the Mac Pro, which has like kind of the two handles on top, the old Mac Pro, this also has handles on top, so you could just kind of easily move it around. These are actually pretty heavy, so that should be quality. And then these are all the various kind of, you know, screws. Here's the screwdriver. I'll probably just use my own screwdriver because this looks really small. And we also got the rubber feet. Oh, which incidentally also has Teenage Engineering written on it. Okay. All right, so that's everything for the case. Oh, wait. More stuff in here. So we got, instructions. That's important. And I think I'm missing one of the rubber feet. Huh. I wonder if it fell out without me noticing. I'll find it, but right now it must have fell on the floor. But all right, anywho, I will keep this handy, and let's go ahead and open up the motherboard. So oh, cool, we got a little badge. I probably won't use that, but pretty cool. All right, here is the motherboard. Oh, that is really heavy, actually. Much heavier than I was expecting. Here we got the badge, some instructions, a CD which probably has some of the drivers, I'm assuming, for the board. We got a bunch of cables, and I'm not sure what is this, an antenna? Oh wow, this looks like an maybe this is the Wi-Fi antenna. And we got some like thermal pads. I'm assuming maybe that's for the NVMe drive. Okay. Yes, so okay, yeah, so this is the antenna. This is a kind of a very cool looking antenna. It looks like a blade almost. That's pretty neat. All right, so let's build this motherboard. I probably won't use the instruction manual. You know, maybe I will. Let's take a look at it. Installation precautions, specifications, installing the CPU, page 9. Let's take a look at that. Here we go. Yeah, the antenna doubles as a self-defense weapon. It certainly could. I mean, let's open this up so I can give you guys a better look at it. So let me turn the brightness on my camera up a little bit. There we go. Much better. All right, so that's pretty cool. So this is the antenna. I guess I can put that, I can like mount it on the back or something. It's a little bit big. I'm not sure if I want this on the case. Like, I actually was hoping the antenna would be internal, although I don't know how good that would be because my case is metal. But yeah, that's the antenna. But let's go ahead and open this up. Guys, this is actually really heavy. I was not expecting this to be quite so heavy. So there it is. Actually, there's a secondary fan. What I'm assuming is where the m.2 SSD will go. That's pretty nice. Wow. Okay. I'm impressed. I'm gonna lay that down. Okay. So what's the first thing I should install here? Oh, hey, Stadium Arts wrote a message. Hey, and thank you for the $2 Canadian. I appreciate it. Check your Twitter DM from me. Important stuff. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so he's telling me to update the BIOS before I install Windows. Smart. And thank you. He even sent me the link for the gigabyte, I guess, for the motherboard that I have. How much is it paying me to say the scheduler? Oh, okay. So I wasn't sure whether or not to install Windows 10 or 11, but I guess maybe 11 would be better. I haven't bought an operating system yet, so I won't be installing an operating system. I'll just be building it and maybe boot it so we can see the BIOS screen. And let's see here. Cool. All right. Yeah. Thank you, Stadium Arts. I mean, this is all super duper helpful. So, all right. So now that we got the motherboard, let me zoom in a little bit on that for you guys. Bring this over, put that up. Okay. So everything's in frame. So, and like I said, guys, this is a, oh, hey, how's it going, Scruffy? Good to see you. And yeah, guys, again, sorry if I'm not responding to the chat. I'm going to do my best to do it, but I also want to kind of build this in a somewhat timely fashion. But yeah, so what should I install for? Okay, so CPU first always. All right, let's go ahead and do that. Let's install the CPU. A show of hands, should I install the CPU first? What do you all think? CPU. Okay, everybody's saying CPU. Good. All right, let's do that. All right, so let me set this aside then. So this actually comes with the cooler, which is nice. And there it is. How cool is that? Wow. Oh, it even has like a nice little, I might actually use this one. It has a nice little sticker on it. Very cool. And I'm assuming this is the cooler, which I will be using. I don't have a fancy cooler that I'll be using. What is this? Certificate of authenticity. Don't need that. Let's take the cooler out. On a scale from 1 to 10, guys, what do y'all think about the stock coolers that kind of these CPUs come with? Are they good? Are they bad? I have no idea. So I wonder what you guys think. Stadium Art says the label on the CPU that says Ryzen on the bottom will face the rear I/O ports on the back of the board. It'll basically be sideways. All right, good to know. Good to know. I know there should also be like a indicator in one of the corners that should match up with like an arrow, I think, on the socket. So I'll look for that as well. But the Ryzen on the bottom should go to the to line up with the rear I/O. So I'll look for that. Oops. All right, so we got the CPU there. Let's bring the motherboard back. There we go. So, out there in chat, who here built a PC before? I'm sure I'm probably pretty late to the game, but this is pretty fun so far. I'm having a good time. Okay. All right, here we go. So, what we got here. So, here is the rear I/O. It's right here. This is the socket. And basically, I'm going to install, and here on the CPU, there is a little dot. Not sure if that's going to focus. But there's a dot right here on the corner. And there is an arrow right there in that corner. Yep. So I'm basically going to put the CPU kind of just like this. It's going to be oriented like this. Is this right, guys? It's going to be basically oriented this way. Yay? I think that's right. Cool. All right. So let's take this out. All right. So first I got to open this. So let's go ahead and do that. Is that it? Just opens like that? I guess that's it, right, guys? Oh. So basically I just pulled this lever all the way up like that. That's as far as it goes. Hold the CPU on the sides. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to touch the pins. Oh yeah, that just settled right in there. Nice and easy. I'm gonna kind of move it side to side, and I think it just fit right there. How does that look, guys? I didn't force it. It just basically dropped into place, I think. I think that looks pretty good. I'm gonna lock it in. Well, it ain't coming out, so check if it check it from the side if it sits flush. Oh yeah, it was flush. I could tell. Yeah, it's way flush. So I think we're good. I mean, here you can kind of see it from the side, maybe not. Camera probably won't focus, and it's probably hard to see anyway, but it ain't coming out. So okay, well, we got the CPU in. That was kind of a scary part. I don't need this. All right, so what's next? What do we got? RAM? I guess the RAM, right? Okay, yeah, RAM. All right, so I know I got to open these. So these are open. Okay. All right. Zoom back out a little bit for y'all. All right, so RAM, we got some Corsair Vengeance. I don't know, is this RAM or cooler is fine? Okay, well, let's do the RAM. We'll do this since I got it here. We'll do the cooler next, maybe. And from what I understand, these are keyed, so it's nearly impossible, I think, to install them the wrong way, I hope. But of course, I'll ask you guys first. Oh, these actually look really cool. Yeah, I kind of like this overall color scheme. It's like all black. I like it. I think it'll go well with the orange. All right, so here's the first DIMM or module, and it looks like it goes like this. We're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna put this one in first, and since there's only 2 slots, I don't really need to think about it because I'm gonna occupy them both. So let me go ahead and zoom in, and then I just push in until it locks in place. There we go. We got one locked in. Oh, and these have little plastic... Okay, I gotta remove this. There's some plastic like film over the logo, which is probably not a good thing to keep on because it might... I know the RAM sticks get pretty hot from use. All right, so we got this little plastic removed. There's probably one on the other side too. Nope, just that one. All right. And just to show you what I was talking about, got a little bit of plastic film here over where it says the Vengeance logo, Yeah, unfortunately that's not focusing for you guys. Kind of. Yeah, my the lens that I have on that camera, that's from shooting from above, is a little bit older, and it takes a while to autofocus, which is a little bit of a pain. But all right, so that's out. It's open, and let's go ahead and install that as well, and let's lock it in. All right, so that's the RAM. That's all set. That was easy. Actually, what's probably going to be the hardest part is the case build, because I actually have to bend metal for that. We'll see how that goes. I guess, should I put the NVMe in next? The SSD? I'd read the instructions for the NVMe. Okay, well, let's do that. Let's read the instructions. Is there anything special I should be looking for, I guess? I mean... I would put the motherboard on top of the original box or something, so it's not sitting on a... Oh, okay. Ah. Okay, yes. Let's go ahead and let's do that. This is all new to me, guys. All new to me. So I'm putting this on the original box. It's a little bit softer than the hard wood. Let me zoom back out a little bit. So maybe that'll help. Oh, hey. I'm cleaning and dusting your computers. That's good. Yeah, I gotta dust some of my computers. Like, I have an old Mac Pro 5.1 from 2011. It's probably very dusty inside. I probably gotta clean it. So let's see what the... Okay, ooh, oh my God. Almost dropped the... So this is very small. Here's the SSD. That is tiny. Tiny, tiny. All right. And let's go ahead and read the instructions. And Stadium Arts, what am I looking for? In the SSD instructions? Just look for M.2 or NVMe. Oh, it on the cover it says, it actually says both. It says both. NVMe M.2 SSD. So I'm not sure what that. I'm not sure if it's. I thought so. M.2 I think is the form factor, and NVMe, is that the protocol that it uses? I really don't know what the difference is. Yeah, it looks pretty simple enough. I mean, those are the instructions. And I think it should be keyed. All right, so I believe the M.2 slot is right here. And actually, I think there's one on the other side. Yeah, and there's one here too. So there's two M.2 slots. There's one on the bottom, right there. And then there's this one right here, which is where I'm going to be putting it. I'm going to be putting it right here, right there on top, because this is going to be the actively cooled one. So might as well, right? Always use the front one first. Yes. Awesome. Okay, yeah, that's what I was going to do anyway. Just seemed logical, but I'm glad. There's probably a reason to use this one first. I don't know what it is, but it kind of makes sense to use this one. This looks like the primary one. All right, so I need a screwdriver for this. And it is also plugged in, so I'll have to unplug that as well. So let's unscrew this. I'm assuming it's going to be just these two screws. Okay, that's the top one. Oop. Oh, and also the motherboard came with this, so I will be putting this in. This is a thermal pad, so I'll make sure to put that in. Okay, so this should come off. You know, it's interesting. Get my pliers here. So one thing that's interesting, this isn't a flat piece of metal. That's not good. It's being really stubborn, and I might have actually. No, it's good. All right, might have to do this off camera, guys, because I can't really see. Well, I'm just not going to unplug it because that is a very stubborn plug. And I'm a little nervous. I might have kind of snagged one of the wires a little bit. They seem to be okay, though. As long as they're not touching, that's good. All right, so as far as putting the thermal pad, does it just go right here? I mean, because that's not all metal, which is interesting. So let's see installing yeah, this little socket, it's very stubborn. I don't know why it's not coming out. I don't know if y'all can see that. For the fan right here. Right there. Yeah, it was a very stubborn socket, but I'm not even going to bother messing with that. Don't take... Oh, okay, yeah. Then I won't take it out. Good advice. All right, let's see. Installing, that's memory. I need storage. Oh, here we go. Oh no, that's for a fan. No, it really doesn't tell you. This is all about the BIOS screen. Oh, the anti-GPU machine. Oh, this basically this doesn't have a GPU. It just has a internal or integrated graphics. So it's an APU. So this isn't really a gaming machine, but it's mostly just for. It's going to help me make some of my videos on YouTube. Oh, here we go. So step 1. Before installing the M.2 SSD, loosen the screws from the PCH heatsink module and remove the PCH heatsink module. Okay. Then unfasten the M.2 screw and standoff from the motherboard. Select the appropriate hole for the M.2 SSD to be installed and refasten the screw, blah, 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 and the standoff. Okay, so that's the screw and that's the standoff. Okay, so I need both. So it says press the M.2 SSD down and then secure it with the screw. Make sure to refasten the PCH heatsink module and connect the fan. So it's interesting. It doesn't say anything about installing the thermal pad. Yeah, so this is I think it's already actually in the right one. Yeah, so it's already, the standoff is already in the right one. So, because this is a 80 millimeter, I believe. Yes, 80 millimeter. So I guess I don't put the thermal pad. The thermal pad probably goes between the SSD and the fan part of the heatsink. So you think you think it goes right here on this, or do you think it goes on here? Like I would imagine it would go here. But this is a fairly large thermal. Maybe I'm supposed to cut it to size. Oh, hey, Scruffy. I actually didn't get a graphics card. It's just, they're just too expensive. So I got an APU, which has integrated graphics in it. So, because it was a slightly cheaper route to do that. Thermal pad is the last instruction on page 18. So on page 18, this is page 18 for me. Doesn't say anything about the thermal pads. So here's let me show you the part where it talked about installing the M.2 SSD. Where was that? Just on it not that long ago. Right here. So this was the instruction right here. It doesn't say anything about the thermal pad, which is really interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the active cooling is almost like kind of unnecessary. What I'm probably going to do is not even worry about it. So basically this goes in. Let me unscrew right here. There's a little screw right there. The standoff is already on there, so I don't need to mess with that. I'm gonna put this in at a 45 or some sort of angle, not necessarily 45, but okay, that's in there, and then just drop it down. With the screw, of course. There we have it. Well, that was a little bit more of a headache than I was anticipating. It's just strange that it's not really super clear where the thermal pad goes. Okay, so let's go ahead and put the screws back in. All right, Scruffy, take it easy, buddy. We'll see you next time. All right, so we got that installed. I guess now I'm going to go ahead and install and it looks like this already has thermal paste applied. Is that right? So I'm using this. So this came with the CPU. So I will be using this. Now here's where things I think start to get a little bit tricky, because it's not going to be crystal clear how this is going to be installed. Okay, so it does already have the thermal. Do I need to peel something off? Is there a protective layer on there or no? I don't want to really pick at it. Pre-applied thermal paste. I'll need to remove the hooks to install the cooler. Thermal paste, okay, remove the plastic standoffs first. Ah, okay. So I see these plastic standoffs. I will be removing those. Whew, those are on there pretty tight. Okay, it's one. That's two. I guess the standoffs come off, or these plastic pieces come off. Okay, that's three, and one more. Whew, okay, so no need to apply. And just to confirm, guys, there is no protective film on this, right? Okay, good. Okay, so I'm just not going to touch it then. It's ready to go. Fantastic. Well, I'm actually glad you guys are helping out here, because honestly, those would have been some pretty big questions I would have had. I'm going to take this plastic film off. So yeah, big thank you guys. Really appreciate it. All right, so Stadium Arts was saying to let's do. Okay. Now I see what he's talking about. Okay. So there are some braces here on the bottom. Actually, I think I can just do it like this. Because yeah, I see these little standoff posts are now free. So actually, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to put this on the wooden table now. And I'm going to go ahead and put this back on. Okay. Okay. So we are on the table. And now, Okay, so how am I going to put this? What's the orientation? I guess, does it matter? Do I put it this way? Or that way? Oh, actually, this way. No, it'll fit that way, too. I think it'll fit both ways. Ooh, actually, you know what? It won't fit that way. I have to do it this way. The RAM is getting in the way. And I'm gonna go ahead. There we go. And I'm just gonna go ahead and push the screws. Oh, I can feel the thermal paste catching. Okay, so everything's aligned. Let me go ahead and get my larger screwdriver. All right, so I'm gonna put this one in. Actually, I might need to push up on the bracket. Okay, I think we are engaged here. And okay, yeah, so you guys are saying the sound is normal, that's good. Okay, so I'm just kind of going in a sort of cross motion, slowly screwing little by little. Hey, thanks, Kevin. Appreciate it. I will definitely try and keep it up. It's a lot of work, but it's a labor of love. Absolutely. And oh, okay, so they actually stop. Okay, so that stops. All right. And I don't know what it is, it's probably normal, but I feel like I'm forgetting something, you know? But that must always be the case. All right, so these are basically as tight as they can be. And I probably got to go ahead and plug in the fan header. And where in the world is that located? So, aha, it's right here. So it even actually, it's kind of covered, but it says CPU fan. So I'm going to go ahead and plug it right there. Boom, there we go. So, all right, so guys, we are making, yeah, that's right. Kid Scarlet, top left. Right there, you were absolutely right. Okay, so I think, by and large, the motherboard is installed. I think we're all set, right? Am I forgetting anything? That might be the case. It needs the, oh yeah. Okay, so let's start working the case. And this is where things, I thought, actually this was a little, not as tricky as I thought it was going to be. It's a pretty cool looking motherboard. It's got a lot of metal on it. But yeah, okay, so I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to set this aside. And let's start building the case. All right, so in order to do that, let's take a look at the instructions because this is a little bit of a daunting thing. So here are the instructions. Okay. All right, so here it says, number 1, connect power cables, mount RAM, CPU, cooler on motherboard, attach the motherboard to the left side of BC. Oh, to the left side, and BC are the parts that I need to use. Okay, so that's obviously this part right here. Yeah, and you can, there's some definite identifiers where it's easy to sort of see the orientation of these things. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and first, okay, so it says pro tip, for easier assembly, pre-tap all 20 tabs using a metal screw. Do not over tighten the screw. Okay, so now what's interesting is, how do we know from which side would it even matter actually? It probably doesn't even matter which side you tap it from. Oh, okay, so someone is saying, someone's right, bust out the PSU, plug it to the ATX 24 pin and 8-pin CPU, and test the motherboard first and make sure it posts. Okay, I'll go ahead and do that. So, now, do I need to plug it into a monitor to do that? I probably do, right? Or will there be a, or is there some sort of like LED that shows it'll post? Or do I need to plug it to one of my monitors? I do have a second monitor here, which I probably could plug it into. So, okay, yeah, let's go ahead and test the motherboard out. Yeah, okay, so let's go ahead and let's do that. Okay. Let's go ahead and open the power supply. Yeah, that's actually probably a good idea. I mean, I would hate to install everything, only then to figure out that when I turn it on, it doesn't work. Good call, guys. Good call. Yeah, so Blaze Wind, I do believe when I was building the computer on PC Part Picker, it did say I probably do need to update the BIOS for the 5700. So that'll be one of the... Oh, that's a good point. Will it even post because I didn't update the BIOS? I don't know. It's a very good question. That's bad. Why is that bad? Oh yeah, guys. So I know I need to bridge a couple pins to turn it on, and I don't know what pins they are. So yeah, there's a power button in the case. Does the model have a BIOS flashback? I don't know. I don't even know what that is. You have offline BIOS updating. I don't know. Is that a question or a statement? Oh, I guess maybe I can put it onto like a USB. Oh, but I don't even have a USB. Oh no, I got the back I/O. There is a USB there. Okay, so check the USB ports on the motherboard to see if there is a BIOS flashback button. So there's something that says, there's a button and it says Q Flash Plus. I don't know if you guys can see that, but it's right here. This button right here says Q Flash Plus. I don't know what that means. Oh, that's a good point. Let's see. So on the box, it says, let's see if it's 5000 ready. It says it's a socket, AM4 socket. It's Ryzen. I wonder where it would say if it is a 5000 series ready motherboard. It's not obviously on here. So it doesn't say. It just says CPU support AMD Ryzen series processors. It doesn't say 5000 series on here. But oh wow, it actually says we could update the BIOS even without the CPU. That's what that Q Flash Plus was for. Any indicator of the BIOS version on the box or the motherboard. So let's see here. Here, so it doesn't really say, unfortunately, what BIOS it has on it. I wonder maybe on the motherboard if it does. Nope, guys, unfortunately I don't see. It's a Rev 1.0 board. Yeah, should we just go ahead? You're gonna need to update your BIOS, I'm almost certain. Okay, you'll be fine. So is there a way to power it on just to see if it powers on? Will that be enough? I'll update the BIOS later. I'm not sure if I need to do it right now. Test it out of the case for a post. Will it post without plug in the 8-pin and 20? Yeah. So, all right, let's go ahead and let's check this out. It won't tell you stock BIOS version. So wow, this is a really cute little power supply. I kind of like this. Look how small this thing is. This thing is teeny tiny. What? Oh, this is really cool. I like this. I thought it was going to be a lot bigger than that. Okay. All right, so got a couple things we got to plug in. Let's get some cables. I guess I got to get the power switch. Let me get the power switch. Yeah, I totally agree that, yeah, SFX is nice and small. I really like that. Honestly, I didn't realize it was going to be that small. All right, so here's the power switch, guys. And I think this is the headphone jack. Cool. Very cool. All right, so switch. Okay, so I gotta plug the switch in. Let's do that first. So let me get the, gotta organize myself here, guys. It's getting a little hairy over here. Okay, so we got a bunch of header pins here. So there's TRS. TRS, I think, is for the audio, right, guys? Is that right? Yes, TRS. So, and I think I'm actually just supposed to split these. It says, oh, so there's a couple spares. There's the LED. So there's the 2 power LEDs, the 2 power switch. Okay, so it says connect audio and switch to motherboard using pin header cables. See motherboard user guide for the pinout diagram. All right, I'm just gonna do the power switch, which is gonna go. So that's the speaker panel. That's the audio, TPM. Hey y'all, where's the power switch go? Oh, maybe it's right here. Just it. Okay, so Kiyosuke says bottom right. So in this orientation, it's in the bottom right. So it's probably one of these right here. Okay, it's called F panel, pin 6 and 8. So I see 12 volt. Is it this right here? Right there. Okay, manual page 17. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous about just bridging a connection. Aha. Power switch. There it goes. Oh yeah, so here. So here are the instructions. Second focus, yeah. So it says right here, PW connects the power switch to the chassis front panel. You may configure the way to turn on your system using the power switch. Refer to chapter 2, BIOS setup, whatever. Okay. So I'm assuming that refers to... So I see the PW plus, PW minus, and there's a PLED. Okay, so, all right, so power switch. F panel front header. Where are you? Oh, is it here? Ah, F panel. Here we go. So I'm assuming it's this right here. It's hard to... Ooh, it's backwards. Is it this right here? That it? On the right side above the SATA connectors. Yeah, so that's the SATA connectors right here. Yes. Okay, so it's these multicolored ones here. And based on what I can see, power are these two. So let's do... So the positive is on the bottom. I got it, guys. Here we go. We got this. I'm going to try and keep these intact if I can. Try to do this and keep it on camera, but we'll make it happen. There we go. All right, so we got the power because they're the top two. And the switch, I guess it doesn't matter, the polarity, right? Yeah, this board is not very standard. Usually those connectors are on the right-hand lower corner, but this is on, yeah, this one's on the side. So polarity doesn't matter for this, right, guys? Because there's actually no... Oh, and this is an interesting switch. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we got the power switch connected. Now can we connect the power supply? Yay? Nay? All right, so you guys said I need to plug in which ones were what. So I'm assuming it's this one for the CPU. And then do I need it for anything else? Oh, thanks, Stadium Arts. Yeah, I'll take a look at it when we get to that. All right, so this is the... This is a 24 pin right here. It's going to go like that. Okay. So the 24 is connected. And I'm guessing, and I connect that to these right here, I'm assuming, right? Oh, actually, no. I connected to the top one, I guess. Above that, yep. There we go. All right, so there's that. Do I need to connect anything else? This is PCIe. I don't need that. This is... CPU. Do I need this one? Probably need this one, right? This says CPU on it. Got it. So this one was actually for, oh, I guess just the everything else. Okay. And that goes... top left corner, I'm assuming. And then I'm gonna, and I guess I can plug it into any one of these down here. Is that right? Hey. All right. Glad. Oh, any of the left three. Okay. Oh yeah. All right. I was assuming they were. It says CPU. So yeah, it says 6 + 2 PCIe plus 4 + 4 CPU. Actually, I'm going to unplug this top one for a second. It's not super clear how it's labeled, so I just want to show you guys what I'm looking at here. Holy tamale, that's hot. That's hard to open. So should I plug the CPU? It doesn't matter which one, right? Or should I just plug it into this one, maybe? They're all the same. All the same. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to plug it into this one right here. It's just easier to get to. Oh, you know what? Huh. I plugged the wrong, I guess, so it's actually, that's interesting. If you look at these cables, I didn't realize this, but this has a very thick lock on it, and this one's narrow. And the narrow one goes into the power supply. Did not realize that. All right. All right, so I think we're all hooked up, right? So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to see if I can find the HDMI for my monitor here. Just grabbing the HDMI port. Actually, I have an HDMI cable down here. All right, I'm gonna plug the HDMI cable into my second monitor here. All right. Okay, so I got the monitor plugged in. I think I got all the cables plugged in. Now I just got to plug the power in, right? The input on the monitor. Set the input on the monitor. Yep, it's already set. There's only one input. Actually, no, there's two. There's a VGA one, but all right, let's plug it in and let it rip. All right, so here it says silent operation at low to moderate loads. It may, there's just a little warning on the bottom, but okay. All right, let me plug it in. Fingers crossed nothing blows up. All right, here we go. Okay, so I think I turned the power on there. Now let's flip the switch. Oh, you know what? Maybe I turned it off. Hey! Let's see. So far, nothing on the screen. The fan's spinning. That's promising. So far, nothing's loading on the screen, guys. Okay. We'll wait. We'll give it a minute. But the good news is this fan is spinning, and so is the little one right here, which you probably can't really see on camera. So it says fan isn't cycling. Likely a BIOS is needed. Yeah, still nothing on the screen, guys. Yeah, and sorry, I can't really share or turn my camera to show it. My camera's pretty fixed. Let me, probably needs a BIOS. Okay. Oh well. Yeah, looks like... Alright, so I guess I just gotta shut it down. Probably gotta hold it. Now the other question is, how do you shut it down? Actually, the one thing, maybe let me switch the monitor real quick to a different port. Oh, so the screen did something, but that could be because it just read the input. Yeah, it says no signal. Yeah, I'm just gonna flip the PSU. Yeah, so nothing's posting. I'm turning it off. Okay, flipped it off. I'm gonna unplug it. It's unplugged. Okay. So, I mean, I think everything is fine. I'm just gonna build it, you know, just so, you know, I mean, because I don't know, who knows how long it's gonna take to, yeah, how long it's going to take to update the BIOS. I'll just do that on my own time. I think right now I'm just going to go ahead and build everything. Okay. You would do the BIOS first? Risky move. Okay, let's do the BIOS. All right, let's see here. Let me get a thumb drive. All right, so I guess what I should do is, should I go to the website? All right, we're gonna, okay, we'll do the BIOS. Sounds like that's the move. So let's go ahead and do that. It's gonna be difficult here to type, but all right. So this is the gigabyte. All right, so this may, yeah, hopefully this isn't too boring for everybody, but I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna try and do the BIOS. Yeah, I have a flash drive. Now, where should I go to get the... I guess I just got to go to the website, right? So Gigabyte. This is the X570. X570. Aorus. And this is the Aorus Pro Wi-Fi. Ah, BIOS update. There we go. That was easy. Let's see here. So okay, here we go. So there is a AMD APU driver, AMD chipset driver, and then there's the another APU driver. I'm guessing it's probably the latest one. Let me pull the chat up. It's hey, does anybody have the link to the BIOS by chance? Maybe just post it in the chat. Scroll down. Oh, scroll down. Oh yeah, so yeah, this is I probably have the wrong one. So someone said it's got to be 570i, and I'm at the 570. So 570i. There we go. 570i. That's the key features. Support. So that's all. Okay, sorry, let me go back to the chat here. I have the other window open. All right. Oh, YouTube is taking the links. Okay. Check Twitter. I will check Twitter. How to flash queue downloads. Oh, BIOS. Here we go. 13. Yep, I see it. Is it the F35D? Okay, let me download that. It's 10.71 megs. I'm just gonna put it on my desktop. Save. I'll have to unzip it, presumably. Oh, and should I like? I should probably. And I'm on my Mac, guys. That's the other problem. I'm on a Mac, so. Can the and this is and probably not, but I wonder, can the USB drive have other files on it? Yeah, so the stick is already FAT32, I believe. It is because I use it. All my 3D print files are on it. Yeah, it's FAT32. So what I'm gonna do, so I'm gonna unzip it, the file. Okay, unzipped. And it looks like there are other files. There's 4 files in there. You just need the BIOS file. Is that the, so there's, I'm guessing that's the one that ends in dot. The extension is 35D. Okay, I'm gonna put I'm just going to put all the files in the root folder of my drive. Okay. So they are all on there. There's some other files on there, like 3D print files. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave them on there. That should be okay, right? Yeah, the BIOS is definitely in the root. Okay, it's copied. I'm going to exit, eject. All right. All right. So they're on there. Let's try this again. Let me get this out of the way. I don't think I unplugged everything, so everything is still there. Now let's plug it back in. Okay. Flip it on. Oops. Oh, should I put the USB in right now? Probably. Let me go ahead and do that. Oh, you have to rename the BIOS file gigabyte.bin. Is that right? Oh, check the file. Okay. Whew, let's see here.
On your gigabyte motherboard, this particular version is the
Wow, it's a 10-minute video, guys.
but this applies to pretty much any board that has the Q-Flash printer on the back of the I/O shield. Now, some of the things you're going to need to do first of all, make sure you've got a backup of your system, and also if your system isn't broke, some series of CPUs from here, I'll flash the file. Then to get hold of this, I'll put some links as well in the video description, so you can go straight to the website, working PC, laptop, or something to connect to actually get it to. Other than that, all you will need is a power supply, which you've got here, flash drive. So I'll put the flash drive in now. On your motherboard, you'll find that there is a white USB port on the back. Don't plug it into the blue ones because it'll plug it in.
Yeah, so you plug it in the white USB port.
Into the white one. For downloading the BIOS itself, you can plug it into obviously any of these slots, but for actual flashing, it will need to be in that particular slot. So we're on the Gigabyte website here. So this is gigabyte.com/motherboard/A520M-H-Rev10, etc. Yours may be slightly different depending on if they've updated.
Let's skip the part where he's downloading it.
Okay.
Yep. All right.
So this is set to the file system FAT32.
FAT32.
Decompress BIOS files. Right click again and choose paste.
Okay, so he's pasting it onto the drive.
And our BIOS file at the top. This is the important bit. You do actually have to rename this file.
Ah, I do have to rename it.
And it has to be gigabyte in uppercase, so GIBABYTE, then a dot, then a BIN in lowercase,
Bin.
and remove any other items.
Oh, okay, so I gotta rename it gigabyte.bin. So let me go ahead and do that. All right, so I gotta rename the file gigabyte.bin. Gigabyte all caps. And I get rid of the other extension, which is interesting that it wants me to do that. All right, so it's open. And that file was called 35D, but I'm gonna rename it. Gigabyte dot bin. And then I'm gonna say use bin because it's asking me, do I really want to change? Okay. All right.
There. So it should say gigabyte.bin. Once you're happy with that, press enter. You'll come up with a message saying if you change the file name extension, it may become unusable. Do you want to change it? Click yes.
Yep.
And just double click or double check rather. This says
Hey, thanks Retro Jack for the sub. Appreciate it.
So now what we can do is dismantle the system in our particular instance, but in your particular case, take out the USB stick and we're going to put it into the drive. So I'm going to strip down the system to get it ready, and we'll be back straight
All right,
away.
so I'm injecting
Okay,
the
so we've
DRAM.
dismantled the system, and currently we're down to the bare essentials. So we've got the motherboard itself, we've got our 24-pin main power connection, and we've got our supplementary EPS power connection, our 4-pin or 8-pin. Depending on your board, you may have a 4-pin or 8-pin.
Yeah, so I changed the extension to bin, and I got a message saying, do I want to really change it from, it was like Q or F35 to bin, and I said yes. So I do believe I did change the file extension, and it should be working. So yeah, yeah, thank you for checking that.
As long as you've got that connected, that's absolutely fine. We've removed the RAM, the processor, the NVMe drive, and also the graphics card. And the only thing we've got plugged in on the back is our USB stick, which is right next to the BIOS flash button. So that is all you need, bare essentials. The Q flash button will not work if there is a processor installed or RAM installed or a graphics card.
Oh, guys, hey, it's saying that none of this will work if I have my RAM and graphics card and everything installed. Is that right? Hey, what's going on, Graphics Gear? Good to see you, man. Just doing a PC build, so but yeah, so okay, yeah, that's I mean, this is what the guy says. It could be, so I got to take everything out.
As long as you've got that connected, that's absolutely fine. We've removed the RAM, the processor, the NVMe drive, and also the graphics card. And the only thing we've got plugged in on the back is our USB stick, which is right next to the BIOS flash button. So that is all you need, bare essentials. The Q flash button will not work if there is a processor installed or RAM installed or a graphics card installed. So make sure you've got those removed.
Oh, wow.
The Q flash is primarily for adding additional capacity or adding additional SKUs to the BIOS so you can actually use a processor. If you want to flash your BIOS and you've already got an up and running system, then you're much better off actually using the Q flash system in the BIOS itself, rather than actually pressing the button. So with that said, let's go on with it. So what we need to do is make sure that our power supply is powered on. So we'll flick the power supply.
So I'm not sure if this video is applicable to what I'm trying to do, because this is talking about using the Q flash BIOS button. Do I need to use? Yeah. So this is interesting. I don't know. Because yeah, in the video he says I need to remove everything, RAM, NVMe, and the CPU. So, and then Catspat saying I believe you're fine with the CPU and memory in there. We can give it a try, but so let me see what else he does. Kendall Rendelea says yes, you need to use that. What do I need to use? Oh, the button, the Q flash button. Okay, let's see what else he says.
And at this point, all you need to do is to press and hold the button on the Q flash, which is next to the slot there, and make sure a USB stick is installed. And what this will do is this will start up the system. You'll notice the fan will spin up. There isn't any LEDs on the board as such, so you can't really see what's going on. But you'll get to the point where the system will, first of all, it will reboot. The fan will come back on. It will then flash the BIOS after it's read it. Then when it's done, when it's completed, the system will completely shut down and the fans will stop spinning on your power supply. Don't touch anything or do anything until the system is completely shut down and the fans have stopped spinning, all that kind of stuff. If you've got a power supply which has got one of those power sensing features or it doesn't spin up at a certain point, obviously this is going to be a little bit more tricky for you, but yeah. Don't touch it unless it's completely finished. If you're not too sure, then I would leave it for probably about half an hour or so. It should be absolutely fine.
Wow, half an hour.
The process will take about 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
So to start with, got our system ready, and we'll press the Q flash button. And you'll see the flashing LED. Hopefully it's picking up on the camera. If you've got your I/O shield, and this is actually installed in a system, there is actually a hole in the I/O shield, which I can't see in front of me somewhere, but there is actually a tiny little hole in the I/O shield, just so that LED.
So it sounds like I need to, agreed, I temporarily break my brand new Strix because I wanted to use Q flash, but it was much more reliable to do it the old-fashioned way. So I don't know what that means. Just go ahead. If it doesn't work, I'll send you my address and you can come punch me. Oh my, no, that's okay. This is fine, guys. I mean, honestly, this is just something for fun. If it doesn't work, I'm I'm sure I can fix it later on. It's not something I need right away, so. But no, I'm glad we're doing this. This is a pretty big learning process for me. I didn't realize it was going to be quite so complicated. But from what it sounded like in the instructions, and correct me if I'm wrong, but basically I plug this into the BIOS USB, and then I hold the Q flash button while and then I turn it on while holding it. Is that correct? I believe that's what he said. I'm gonna watch that again. So Q flash and then turn on, right? So I'm holding the Q flash button and then I turn it on. Is that correct? Yeah, so the USB, I plugged in the USB, it's right here. And it's in the port that says Q flash. The PSU, I believe, is turned on. Don't use the motherboard switch. Oh. Oh. Hey. Would you look at that? Then hold the Q flash button. So it blinked. It's still blinking. I just pushed it once. Yeah, it looks like it's doing something, guys. Oh, hey. It turned itself on. I didn't even push the button. Oh, and actually, guys, to be honest, I actually already took the switch off, so I wouldn't have been able to turn it on anyway. But it's doing something, and this isn't being picked up on camera, but there is an LED on the back panel here, and it's blinking. So it's definitely doing something. So I guess while we wait, oh yeah, ask me questions, or we can talk about the build. I guess it's doing something. I agree. This is nerdy and exciting, and I love it. I can't tell you how excited I am about this, guys. Honestly, like, I can't wait until the whole thing is built. And I'm just not going to touch anything. I guess is there really anything I can do in the meantime? Oh, so the RAM I'm using is... So I got this. The Corsair Vengeance LPX DDR4 3200 megahertz. So Retro 84, really what I want to use this build for, it's basically going to be for screen capturing. If you watched my Xbox video, I did some screen capture. So I had to use a PC, right? Because there was a lot of software for doing some of these soft mods that require a PC. And the only PC I have is a very old, like 2011 ThinkPad. And I was capturing footage from that, and I've actually gotten a lot of comments in that video saying that my PC screen capture doesn't look very good. And I agree. I totally agreed, and I was like, you know what, it's about time. Let me just upgrade my PC. So whenever I do need to capture like Windows footage, I'll have a much higher resolution screen. So that's the main reason behind the build. And plus, it's kind of fun. It's something I've always wanted to do, was build a PC. And then also, Teenage Engineering released a really cool case, which kind of really inspired the build. Like, that's kind of what pushed me over the edge. When I saw that they were releasing a case, I was like, I really, really want it. Yeah, no, I love my ThinkPad. It's a X220, I believe is what it is. So it's a Lenovo. It's not the original ThinkPad, but it's kind of that bridge between right when ThinkPads moved fully over to Lenovo. So it still has like a fantastic keyboard. I still use it all the time, but it was just it's not good enough for screen captures for my YouTube. So yeah, so this is my first, Kai, this is my first Teenage Engineering thing. I've always wanted their other stuff, but they're always just kind of expensive. Like their synthesizers are very expensive, and yeah, so this is this is also kind of pricey, but I was like, this is for something I'm going to be using definitely all the time. Yeah, graphics gear. Totally agree. I'm a Mac user. That's what I, edit all my videos on. It's what I primarily use. But really, you still, especially if you're doing modding, like software mods, you really need a PC. Just because that's what all the software is designed for. So, you get some stuff that's for Mac, but not as much. Okay, so it looks like, sorry. Oh, hey, this fan stopped. And it started up again. So I guess it's still doing stuff. That LED is not blinking anymore. And this fan right here on top of the m.to drive is starting and stopping. So I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Oh, the RGB is on. I didn't even see that. Okay, that's a good sign, right? Oh, I actually didn't know this had RGB. It's not changing colors. I have a little snack here. Oh, so I got the case from Teenage Engineering. Wait, should I plug in the HDMI? All right, I'll plug in the monitor. Also, the CPU fan really spun up. All right, so I plugged in HDMI. So nothing on the screen. It says no signal. Oh, some blueberry, chocolate covered blueberries. It's actually really good. Really good. So yeah, nothing on the screen, guys, unfortunately. But like I said, the fan for the CPU really started to spin up. Yep, it is Stream Beats. Oh, should I try the other HDMI port? Let's give that a try, I guess. Is the Q flash button still? No, so that actually stopped blinking a while ago. So make sure you're using the right input. So there's 3 inputs. There's 2 HDMI and 1 display port. And right now I'm plugged into the top HDMI. Oh yeah, I love I use this keyboard too. I love it. I actually have a wireless one for my other computer. I believe it's done. So let me, before I do anything, let me plug it in the other port. I don't want to disturb the USB port. All right, so now I'm in the other HDMI port. And nothing. Let's see, does it say, yep, no signal. So there's nothing there. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder. I mean, it does appear to be. I mean, it's powered on already, but maybe it has to be off and then powered on with it connected. Maybe. It's hard to say. So. So correct, the display should have button cycles between the inputs. Did everything on the back? Yeah, there's nothing flashing in the back anymore. So yeah, that all stopped flashing. The guy on the video said to wait 30 minutes, but that just seems kind of excessive. So, but I thought in the video he said that this should be. I think the fan should stop spinning. And actually this one stopped cycling, so that's good. I just wonder why this one didn't stop. I don't know, guys. Should I Okay, so it's the so I guess should I just cut the power on the power supply, or should I Yeah, the monitor has auto detect. So when I plug it in and unplug it, it does, the monitor turns on, but nothing is on the screen. So I'm just going to shut the power supply off. Should I do that? Oh, yeah, I don't get any display, so nothing else is blinking. Actually, let me see here if there's anything in the instruction manual about BIOS updates. BIOS setup. But that's just for the BIOS screen. It's not necessarily about updating the BIOS. Hey, Cypher Design, how's it going, buddy? Good to see ya. Yeah, troubleshooting a PC build. Just decided to build one, and it's taken a little bit longer than I thought it would. So, but it's fun. We're doing some troubleshooting now, updating the BIOS. So right now it does not. I mean, you know, it's been done. I mean, I wonder when we actually started this process. It's probably been about 10 minutes, so I gotta believe it's finished. Yeah, there's really nothing in here about updating the BIOS. So what I'm gonna go ahead and say is it's probably done. There's no blinking light. Nothing is showing up on the screen. Let me try the other one more time. The top one. If it stopped, it's done. Okay, so it's probably done. Yeah, it says no signal, so still no signal. I'm going to turn it off at the power supply. It's off. Okay, that turned off. And should I turn it back on without the USB now? Unplug USB. Okay. And let me put the power switch back on. Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back on. Well, okay, at least the LEDs are turning on. That didn't happen before. Hey, guys, we got a screen. Okay. It says reboot. Okay, and sorry, if I'm turning my head, it's because my monitor is vertical. It says reboot and select proper boot device or insert boot media in selected boot device and press the A key. All right. So should I, I guess it says, I guess I should plug in a keyboard, right? Or am I good to go? Okay, so I can finish the build now. So I'm just gonna hard shut it down. I think we can move on. That third link message I sent you is to build the installation media you need. So can I do that later? I guess I can do that later, right? Oh, no Windows, so it won't go further. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so great. We got an image. So I'm just gonna hard shut it down now. Check in BIOS that CPU RAM are detected. Should I So, actually, let me plug in the this keyboard here. And I'm gonna press A. Insert boot media. Oh, I have to insert boot media. As long as you see all those detected, you are good to go. Well, really, it's just one message that's on here. And I'll read it one more time. It says, reboot and select proper boot device. Or insert boot media in selected boot device and then press A. Yes, teenage engineering build. Yep. You need a keyboard. Don't need boot device to get BIOS. Okay, so should I like turn it off? Make sure boot media. Okay. All right, I'll check Twitter. So should I hit the F2? Yeah, so every time I hit a button, it just repeats that message, that same reboot message. So is this one of those situations where I turn it off, turn it back on, but hold like F2? Okay, yeah, rebooting. All right, so I'm gonna hard shut it down. Control Alt reset. Okay. Let's see. Okay, Control Alt. Okay, reset. I'm holding F2, or I'm pressing F2. I hit F2. Oh, here we go. Okay, so. Okay, and I have mouse. It says clear CMOS information. BIOS has been reset. Please configure BIOS setup items if needed. I'm just gonna hit OK. Oh, here we go. So, okay, so it's reading all the information. And it reads my CPU. It says AMD Ryzen 5700G with Radeon graphics, RAM. It sees the 16 gigabytes. I wish I could show you this. I mean, I could take a picture of it, but it looks like. Let me take a picture of the screen for y'all. There we go. All right. So here it is. I don't know if y'all can be able to see this, but this is what the screen looks like. So here's like all the info Yeah, so it's good. It tells me the CPU frequency, the memory frequency, the CPU temp. It says that the fan is spinning. All right, I think we're good to go. I'm going to go ahead and call this good. All right, so let's go ahead. So advanced smart fan, load optimization, save, and I'm just going to save and exit. F10. Are you sure? Yes. So hopefully that shuts it down. Or maybe it just resets it. All right, so it's doing all that stuff again. Okay, yeah, so I'm just gonna go ahead and turn it off now. It's giving me that reboot and select proper boot device. So I'm just gonna delete or shut it down. It will just reboot, kill the power supply. Power supply killed. All right. Not bad, guys, not bad at all. We're making moves. Okay. So let's build the case now, because I think that's what we got to do next pretty much. I'm going to unplug all this stuff. Unplug the switch. Unplug the power, obviously. Okay. So the power's unplugged. It's getting a little messy over here, so I'm going to pick up my desk a little bit. Just got stuff everywhere. Put some of this over there. Put that over there. All right. Unplug these cables. Ooh, that's going to be a tough one to unplug. There we go. All right, power supply out. Motherboard put to the side. So let's start building this case. Yeah, hey guys, thank you so much for, the help. Honestly, a lot of this stuff it probably would have taken me a lot longer to do it without y'all, so I definitely appreciate it. Okay. Now let's go to the instructions. Okay, so the first step, I think what I'm going to do is actually tap all of the tabs. So here's the case. And there's 20 of these tabs. And I got to tap them all. And the way it says to do that is to take one of the screws and to do it. So, hey, thanks for subscribing. I just missed who it was, but really appreciate it. All right, so I'm gonna do this tip right here. So basically it says to tap these, and I believe we tap them going inward. And actually, let me look at I know Teenage Engineering actually has a video on doing that. So I'm gonna check that out really quick. So Teenage Engineering on YouTube. All right. Wow, 7 o'clock. It's been 2 hours, guys. Whew. Let's see if we can move a little bit. All right. So Teenage Engineering, Computer 1. There we go. That's the video. Okay, here we go. So it shows him tapping all the holes. Okay, that seems easy enough. Okay, so he does it that way. All right, cool. So he takes one of these screws, and I'm gonna get a bit for it. So using an A-type screw, and the A-type screw are these in here. And I'm going to go ahead. There's 20 of these that I need to tap, so this might take a little bit, but just bear with me a little. And this requires a Torx. It's a T... What is it? Maybe it says it on the thing. A T8. So I might actually not have that. So I might actually have to use it. So I have... Oh no, that can't be a T8. Well, I'll just... Probably a T3. Nope. T2. T2. All right. So let's go ahead and just quickly tap these 20 tabs. So basically, I got to go ahead and tap each of these because they don't come tapped from the factory, unfortunately. So basically, to do that, just kind of run the screw in until you get a nice thread. Okay, so that's one. Now I got to do that 19 more times. Okay. All right. All right. So I guess we could talk about, I don't know who's interested in getting the switched light shells. So, you know, I don't know. I'm probably just going to do maybe one run just because they're so expensive. And honestly, I don't think a lot of people are going to buy it to begin with. And it's just not something like I'm probably going to make like almost no money from it. And which is fine. I'm just happy to be able to bring the shells over to those who want it. But yeah, they're just so expensive to manufacture. But yeah. Hey, Spider-Verse. I hope you're staying safe also. I hope everybody on the chat is staying safe, staying healthy. Crazy times we live in. Crazy times. Absolutely insane. But yeah, right now, for those, I don't know if anybody just joined in, but right now I'm tapping the holes for the case. And this will actually really aid in the installation moving forward. But as you can, I don't know if you all saw in the beginning of the chat, I don't know who, or in the beginning of the stream, I don't know who was here. But this case, this is the case for my Mini-ITX build, and it comes flat packed. So basically it came in a very flat piece of, cardboard box, and you have to build it yourself. So it's definitely an interesting experience so far. And this poor screw is getting very worn out. I might have to use another one just so I can, like, spread the load a little bit. Now I'm gonna switch out this one for a new one. But yeah, the Steam Deck. I'm actually really looking forward to that. I pre-ordered one. I ordered the cheapest one. Because really, I think all the specs are pretty much the same, except the cheaper one comes with a slightly slower SSD. And it doesn't have, like, the laser etched, LCD screen or something. And I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to update the SSD myself. Because it seemed easy enough. They actually, I mean, it's funny, Steam actually published their own video showing them upgrading the Steam Deck. Because really, I think the main price difference is just the memory that it has. If I am remembering that correctly. Ooh, unfortunately, looks like I got a little scuff mark on my case, so that stinks. Luckily, there's no scuffs on anything else, so that's fine. All right, so we completed these two, so that's 12. And this will be, wait, another 8, so that's 20. I'm guessing these are larger holes. Maybe, let me see here. Oh yeah, these are larger holes, so these just fit right through. Okay, great. Oops. Oh, lost a screw, guys, lost a screw. Let me see if I can find it. Well, I'm not too worried about it because I know it's going to be somewhere around here. Oh, and I found the foot. Great, I lost one of the feet for the case, but I just found it. But I have misplaced one of the screws. But I will probably find it later. And there's 20 of them, so not too big of a deal. Okay. So this is the last panel that I need to tap. Let me go ahead and get that done. Ah, so Ryan, you got the big one. Yeah, it was just a little too expensive for me, and I was like, I can probably just upgrade the memory myself. But I think you do get a nice, like, laser etched screen, which I think helps with the glare. So that'll be nice. That'll be nice. I'm curious how that'll look. I don't want to scratch the case. Okay, last panel. Let's go ahead and tap this. Yeah, so when I got this case, I actually got it on the second batch. The first batch sold out so fast, and I really wanted it. But thankfully, they did a second batch pretty soon after, but it sold out again. So yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if they will do an OLED version of the Steam Deck, if that's what you're talking about. It's already incredible how they're able to price it the way that they did, given all of the specs of it. I'm really looking forward to that. So this can fit a GPU. It's just that it has to be a very kind of small form factor one. Because this is actually a very small case, and I watched a couple videos of folks building it, and I'm really surprised. Like, I don't know, for whatever reason, the photos on the website don't really do it justice. It makes it look a little bit larger than it actually is. But when I watched the other videos, I was like, wow, it's a pretty small little build, which is another reason why I kind of wanted to do it. I live in a really small apartment, so space is kind of a premium. And I've actually been thinking at some point, like, I feel like I have so many projects I want to make videos of. I'm actually running out of space, and I might, you know, if the channel gets, you know, big enough and I'm able to afford it, I might actually rent another space, you know, to make the videos better, just to have more space in general, just because it's very tight where I live. Okay. So, okay, I tapped all the holes, so now we are ready to start folding metal. And this is kind of the scary part, guys, because you got to think twice, bend once. So let's go ahead and pull the instructions out again. Okay, so the first thing we got to do is mount the motherboard. So let's do it. Let's mount it. So I need this panel here. Okay. And then I need the standoffs. So we got a lot of the screws here. All right, so here are the standoffs. All right, so these are, so unfortunately, I really wish Teenage Engineering would have labeled these a little bit better. It's not exactly clear, a lot of this stuff. I mean, I can see it in the pictures. I guess the pictures are what they're asking. Like, so we got B, and we need 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so here are the standoffs. So this is a Teenage Engineering, the Teenage Engineering Computer 1 case. It looks really, really cool, and I'm really, really excited about it. So, all right, here, and then we need 8 of the screws of the B screws, which are these, I believe. So let's go ahead and cut these. So we need 8 of these. Okay, so we got 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8. Okay. All right, so we got our pieces here. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to mount the screws first. Okay, so let me make sure I got the right screw. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right. Yeah. Okay. So now this is for the motherboard mounting. Okay. And these are the standoffs. Ooh, so I haven't heard, oh, the Meshalicious case. Yeah, I think I've seen that. That looks pretty cool too. I'm working on a Mr. imitating your Mr. case. Oh yeah, fully stacked system. I've been supposed to be, oh yeah, I'll have to check that out. Yeah, the I was actually surprised. Quite a few people really liked my Mr. build. The so I really like kind of the, hey, Red Herring, how's it going? Hope you're doing well, buddy. For those of you who don't know, Red Herring was the one who really, really helped me out when I was doing my Xbox video. That was definitely a very challenging video, which I probably would not have been able to do without the help of Red Herring. So definitely check him out. If you ever want to do an Xbox mod or have someone do it for you, he's your guy. All right. Okay, so we got our standoffs on. Where's my screwdriver? Oh, there it is. I'm just going to screw these on a little bit tight. Okay. And by the way, just for, you can't really tell, but these standoffs are actually plastic. They're not metal. All right. So standoffs are on. Now let's mount the motherboard. And it looks like on the picture, the GPU or the PCI slot is what goes on top. All right, and then let's screw it in. So one thing I'm noticing, I'm not liking the holes in the PCB or in the motherboard are a little bit large, and the head of these torque screws are a little bit small. I mean, it is clamping, but I wish the heads of these screws were just a little bit larger. It would give me more confidence that it's, I mean, it is holding it. It's not like it's not. But I would say the head of the screw is just ever so slightly larger than the hole on the motherboard. That's not going in. Let me loosen these a little bit. Move the motherboard into position. And sorry if my head is getting in the way, guys. I can't see. There we go. Let me zoom in a little bit. Sorry about that. And what I should be doing is I'm talking about how much I love this case, and here I am not really protecting the finish. So I got a microfiber cloth. Let me put that down. Okay, so let me screw that in. Okay, so that's in there. That's on. That's on. And that's on. So. All right, so that's step number one. There's the rear I/O. Not bad. Okay, looks good. So that's step number one. Okay, now step number dos. Attach the case fan. Actually, I haven't opened that yet for you guys. So I got this knocked to a case fan, so let's go ahead and open it. So here it is. Oops. I'm just going to use the black. And these are little bumpers, which I'm assuming are to dampen the vibration of the fan to keep things nice and quiet. This is being difficult to open. There we go. So I'm just going to use the black. So we've got black here. Do I just need 4? I think I just need 4. Yeah, so I just need 4. Here are the screws. And that's everything. Now this cable is quite large. I'm actually hoping I probably will actually need all that length. But it's saying to hook it up to the motherboard, so let's go ahead and let's do that. Let me put all the components up here so I don't lose them. Okay. So this fan, and I think I only have one auxiliary fan on this motherboard, and it is located, so that's speaker. Oh, right here. Okay. All right, well, so now the fan's connected. Okay, that was easy. That was step 2. All right, now step 3. Now this is where we need to start bending stuff. So this is the back panel. I'm gonna start putting this in other locations so they don't scratch. All right, so here's the back panel. Now I'm gonna have to orient this like it is here. So basically it has the IO shield goes right here, GPU is in the top left. Now you would have to break this top piece off if you had a GPU, but I don't. But now I just gotta bend these tabs 90 degrees inward. Okay, that's one. I do this on a, do this right here. Okay. And this really doesn't have to be perfect. It's because when you tighten the case up, it's going to kind of straighten itself out. Okay. There we go. So there you go. You can see all the tabs are now bent in, and this is all set. Okay, actually now we got to attach the power supply to it. So let's get the power supply. I'm going to take this off. Okay, don't need that. So this actually goes like this. And I got to use screws. Okay, so it says the vendor provided screws. And I'm not sure if there were screws in the box. Were there screws in the box? Oh yeah, here we go. There were screws. So yeah, whew. Got a little scared there for a second. There's actually zip ties in here, so we can do a little wire management later on. But let's get the screws out. Okay. It's just 4 of them. So I don't think it'll break easy. It's just, and actually I don't think it, I thought maybe it was aluminum. I'm still on the fence. The metal's pretty soft. It bends easily. I don't think it'll break. Once everything's together, it's going to be fairly rigid, I'm sure. Actually, I'm going to unplug these cables. I thought I was going to keep them in, but they're kind of getting in the way. Okay. So these are the 2 cables that we'll be using. All right. So there it is. All right. So on a scale from 1 to 10, how smooth do you think this is going? I think it's gone pretty smooth. Pretty happy with how things are turning out. The BIOS thing was a little worrisome, but I feel like the state of computer building, it's, you know, manufacturers have made it so easy, I feel like, to build a PC. I mean, to order the parts was incredibly easy. I was a little nervous that maybe some things weren't going to be compatible, but look at that. And we're done. We have our power supply hooked up to our rear panel. So that is all set now, so I'm going to set that aside. All right, so now we're on step number... Ooh, and this is where things get a little tricky, because now I got to bend things that's very tight and close to each other. So, okay. So actually this came a little bit bent, but okay, so basically, let's see here. So I'm on step number 5. Okay, actually that kind of helps a lot. So this, I basically got to bend this inward. I'm gonna start with this one. Yeah, that's a good idea, JP. That's probably what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use the corner of my desk, so I'll be slightly off camera when I do some of these. But this, okay, so this bend goes first. I think I'm gonna start from, yeah. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna do that first. So y'all might be able to see, yeah, y'all can kind of see me doing it from that one. I'm basically trying to hold this and go, there we go. I might have to stand up for this, guys. Try and get this bend as perfect as possible. Ooh, that's tough. There we go. And then, so that's the first one. Wow. Okay, I think that's pretty good. And then this one goes up. I'm gonna. Whew, this is gonna be tough. Okay, so I'm running into my first snag here, guys. This is gonna be pretty tough, actually. Because this has to come up. Oh, actually, yeah, you know what? I probably should have started from the top. Yeah, I should have started from the top, but that's okay. We'll make it work. So the top goes like this. too bad. And then the second one goes like this. So some tight bends, but I think I got it. This is being the most stubborn one up here because the bends are very close. Yeah, I'm actually thinking this is steel, guys. It's very tough. So you can kind of see the bend I got to do. It's got to go like that. Just got to take your time. And it's working out pretty good. Okay, that looks pretty good. Bend this down a little bit. Get that 90 degree. Ooh, Teenage Engineering really wants you to work for the case. Certainly not easy. I've seen this design. I think they've used it on some of their other products. I think I've seen it on their, they have like a panel switch for one of their synthesizers. All right. There we go. I think we're pretty good. I think that's not looking bad. Not looking bad. Actually, one of the questions I was thinking, should I get Windows 10 or Windows 11? I haven't even gotten that far yet. $11? How is it in terms of like software compatibility? Like, yeah, I was thinking maybe 10, just because like a lot of the apps that I might need to use for like modding stuff, it might, I don't know if it, I mean, I guess it probably should work with 11, but all right, so I think that's as good as I'm gonna get it. That looks pretty straight. I was a little worried there for a little bit. I was like, oh, I started it backwards because I actually noticed that there are steps. But all right, so we did that, and then I just got to bend this up. That's easy enough. 90 degree, and then bend these up. Okay, so these are all being bent up. Sorry guys, I was doing that off camera. Here we go. So bend that, 90 degree, 90 degree. Bend that down 90 degree, and then 90 degree. There we go, guys. And then I have to install the rubber feet, which are these. They go here in each of the 4 corners. And I really like, I mean, I will say they did some nice little details. It says Teenage Engineering right here on the bottom of the feet. Very, you won't be able to see it because it's embossed on there, and these feet are rubber, so, but it's a nice little detail. Actually, I got a random question. Who here saw the new Ghostbusters, and what did y'all think? I'm a big Ghostbusters fan, by the way. I actually thought it was good, for those wondering. I mean, it's obviously not as... actually, I won't talk about it too much, but I thought it was good. It's worth watching. All right, that's good. Yeah, so Nimble Blitz, you enjoyed it. Good to hear. Kai Berenz, you haven't seen it yet. I recommend it. It's a good watch. 11's AMD issues are so... Oh, okay. So AMD's got... Good. Okay, so I'll probably get 10 because, yeah, this is an AMD build. All right, so we got the rubber feet installed. So that's all set. So I'm going to set that aside. Now, oh, okay, actually, I got to bring it back. So now we're going to install the power and LED switch. And we're also going to install the audio jack. Where did I put those? All right, where did I put all that stuff? I'm gonna unplug all this. All right, so I need to unscrew. I'll do the, oh, there's also a USB-C thing I gotta do, but let me do the power switch first. So the power switch requires me to unscrew all this stuff. How does that make any sense? What is G? A, B, C, D. G is a paper, black paper mask. What is the black paper mask? Ah, here it is. What is that for? So here's, okay, I'm not sure if I fully understand this, but let's roll with the punches here. So we got this paper mask. It's a little, like a little gasket. Apparently I got installed. So let me zoom in here so you can all see what I'm doing. All right, so basically I'm gonna install this power switch. So I do that, and then I do this. And that goes on top, like so. And then this goes here. And unfortunately that's, oh, there we go, it's clear. And I actually have a very small wrench set. So let's see if I can, what is that? Probably 9mm. Is that 9mm? Let's see. Look at that, 9mm. So I guess the question is, what is this for? Like, what? Does anybody know what that's for? Like, does this do anything? Like, I don't understand. It's the last thing to go on. It's in the instruction. I'm like very confused. Paper mask? Put the black paper mask on the switch. What is that? What is that for? It looks stupid. It's like very flimsy. Like, I don't understand what that's for. So, okay, so I gotta make it so this is 3, let me get my calipers out. So it's saying it wants a 3mm gap between, oh, I think the paper mask is for measuring purposes. Maybe not. So we want 3mm, which would be about that. And right now we're a bit far out. So what I'll do is I'll take this paper mask out, which I'm not sure what that's for. And then I will tighten. I almost feel like the paper mask should be actually for the LED, and I'll show you that in a moment what that looks like. Let me see here. Yeah, just gotta get my orientation right. Is that? Actually, no, it's smaller. Maybe it's 8mm. Oh yeah, it's 8mm. All right, so paper, whatever. I don't know what that's for. Is it 3mm now? Oh yeah, that's about 3mm. I'm gonna call that 3mm. I don't think it has to be precise, but let me get that tighter. All right, so that's what it looks like, guys. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna focus. Hey, Ryan Miller, thanks for subscribing. I apologize, I'm not looking at the screen too much. So if you did subscribe, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So this is not wanting to focus, so but basically I got the LED up here. I feel like it would go in front of the LED, but no, it goes here, and I don't know why, and it doesn't explain it in the instructions. Anyway, but that's pretty nice and secure. So let me just give that one more little wrench. Perfect. Oop. Now I can't get the wrench off. Here we go. It's a switch. Cool, so switch is on. I'll put the paper thing there, whatever. Replace metal nut with orange plastic nut. Oh, so, okay. So now we're going to install the audio jack. Oh, no, I'm going to use the metal one. I think the metal one looks cooler. So now I'm installing the audio jack. Yeah, I don't know why you would want to install the orange one. So, well, let me just show you what the instruction was talking about. So I got two washers here. Which one do you think I should install, guys? The orange one or the metallic one? So that's basically to install this, which is the audio headphone jack, the 3.5mm. Yeah, thanks, Sam Squids. I think it's looking pretty good too. I think I'm gonna go with the metallic. I think it'll be a pretty nice looking accent, so I'm gonna go ahead and install that. And also you get a much better, I feel like, grip. Hey, and see, like the paper thing just falls out. Like, I don't know what that's for. I'm taking it out. That's stupid. I don't know what that's for. All right, so this is what we look like right now. It's gonna be hard for it to focus, but here we got the power switch, the little LED indicator, and we got our 3.5mm headphone jack. Oh yeah, I mean, definitely buying a case from the store would have been so much easier. This is I agree. This is definitely more of an effort, but you know, you built it, and I think you'll be more attached to it, you know, knowing that you built it. All right, so now we're gonna move our attention away from this and back to the motherboard. And I think now we're going to start attaching the GPIO headers, or the header pins rather. So this is here. And I'm gonna zoom in, but so all this stuff is happening down here. All right, so we got on off, the LED, we got a spare, and then we got, it says to rip it apart. I really don't want to rip this apart if I don't have to. So let me, okay, now I got to go back to the instructions from the GPU, or from the motherboard, rather, here. So front panel. So the red is the power, the yellow is the LED. Oh, these so happen to be, is it, oh, this might actually just match up perfect. Negative, positive, negative, positive. Okay. So those match up. And then we have TRS. Now this I might actually have to rip apart. TRS. Yeah, so these are colored. So we got the red, which are power, the yellow, which is for the power LED, and then the so the green and the blue. The green is what they're saying reset. So is the reset switch, And then the blue is the hard drive activity LED, which I don't have. I just have the power LED. So the TRS, is that speaker? Is that what I should be plugging here on speaker? Where would that go? This says USB. This says speaker. And those are kind of, oh no, there's header pins back here too. It's not clear what those are. Let's see, go back to this. Speaker. Connects to the speaker on the chassis front. The speaker reports. Now, what's TRS though? Nothing on this speaker header pin says TRS. Does anybody? Oh, tip ring sleeve. You're right. Yeah. Okay, so how do I correspond? I mean, does it go to this? So here's the manual here. Oops. I don't know if y'all can see that. Oop. So this is the speaker header. And there's VCC, NC, NC, and then speaker negative. Like, what would the TR and S correspond to? I'm gonna have to Google that. Let me Google it. I mean, I'm assuming that's correct, right? So, TRS to like VC to speaker header. Speaker header on motherboard. Yeah, so it's not immediately clear to me. Ah. Nope. Yeah, so hey, Red Herring, or anybody out there, so I'm assuming I'm connecting to these 4 header pins, or really just 3 of them, TR and S. Which one? Yeah, so Cujo SR, yeah, we got a post, so we are good. We're making good progress. So tip ring sleeve. Right, yeah, so I understand, but do they correspond to these pins? Red Herring? Do TR and S from pin 1 through 4, which one should I be using? Oh, okay, so speaker is for beeper speaker. Okay, so this, oh, that's not for the headphones. Chassis buzzer speaker. Ah, okay, never mind. Oh, here we go. Front audio. Maybe, is this it? This is probably what I got to be hooking up to. I see there's mic, ground, mic, NC, line, sense. But this also doesn't have TRS. So which pins on this one do I use it for? And actually, so this is called the F audio. Where is that? Ah, here it is. So it's right up here. So no matter what, I think I'm gonna have to split off the TR and S. That kind of stinks. I was hoping to keep those together, but All right, so we'll split those. I'm actually going to install these right now. And I don't need the, well, I'll keep the spare. No, I'm going to get rid of it. So yeah, right now I'm plugging in the stuff for the front panel, the power switch, and the power indicator LED. There we go. There we go. All right, so we got LEDs. Okay, so that's good. And now for TR and S. Yeah, it's weird. So they labeled their headers TRS. It's kind of strange. You can see it here. So that's a TRS for audio. And it obviously, yeah, probably goes to the front audio header, but there's 10 pins on that. And I just need to use 3. So I wonder if it's like line right, line left, and ground, maybe? Are those the ones I got to use? Oh, okay, great. So TRS equals left, right, ground. Okay, that helps. So let me go ahead and mark that. Just gonna grab a pen real quick. All right, so I think I'm gonna do, yeah, so line right, yeah, okay, so I'm gonna go, this is R, and this is, okay, you said, so T is for left, so that's gonna be 9, so that's T, and then ground is gonna be ground, and ground we said is S, okay. So T is left, R is right, ground is S. So that equates to pin 2, 5, and 9. Okay, so let's see what that looks like. So let's start with T, which is this one. That's gonna be pin 9, which is this one. Okay. R, which is pin 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's going to be 1 away. And then S is pin 2. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's the third one. Oh, I'm doing this off camera, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, so I should be good. TRS. And that's everything. So I think we got our... Wow, that was a little bit more of a headache than I thought it would be. Okay, so we hooked those pins up. And now it wants us to hook it up to the front shell. Now this is probably where it starts to get a little janky because now we're going to be trying to also do some wire management. So TRS. So T. Oh, that's why did they do that? Oh, they made them out of order. So it goes RT, RTS. Okay, so we got that. And then we got our power switch. So right now I'm just plugging these in. Let me just split those up a little bit. Okay, plugged them in. Oh, never mind. We don't plug these in yet. We plug these in on step 13. Okay, never mind. Whew. Okay. Here we go. So now we're gonna connect, here we go. All right, so this is where it all starts to come together. So we have power supply. Let me zoom out for you all. Oops. Power supply and motherboard coming together like this. So actually, let me go ahead and put that, oops, put that down like that. So I can put something underneath my power supply. There we go. Okay. Let me get the screws that I need, which are right here. So I'm going to need 3 of them. Right? Yeah, 3. All right, so now I'm connecting the panel which is holding the power supply to the panel which is holding the motherboard. And actually, you know what? I probably shouldn't do it lying down like this. I wanted to do it lying down so maybe y'all could see it, but then it might actually bend the panel in a way that it shouldn't be bent. So I apologize, but I'm gonna do it this way. So you can kind of see me, you know, it goes like that. Let me line up the screw holes. Okay, that's one. One screw in. That's screw number 2 in. And really, yeah, actually having pre-tapped these screws really does help. Actually, let me loosen this top one up a little bit. And actually, I think I remember seeing someone say to not sort of tighten everything all the way. Leave it a little bit loose and then tighten everything at the very end. I think I might have cross-threaded this one, but that's okay. This one is good. Okay. So we got that one. All right, step number 9. 7 more steps to go, guys. All right, so now we're gonna bring the front plate into the mix. It's getting a little shaky over here, guys. Got a lot of stuff on the table. I'm gonna try my best. All right, so I think I gotta lift this up and place it onto this bottom part right here. So let me go ahead and do that. So let me get this out of the way. I don't need this anymore. Let me get a few more screws. How many screws do I need? 3. So what I'm trying to do here, and it's a little bit difficult, is I'm aligning the screw holes. Okay, that's one in. So this is it's a little bit difficult to align all this stuff. I almost want to lay it on its side. I think I'm going to do that actually. I'm going to lay it on its side. And I'm doing my best to not scratch the surface. I really do want to avoid that, if at all possible. Here we go. Oh yeah, that's much easier. There we go. So now I can align the screws. Okay, that's one. Again, I'm not tightening them all the way, just because I really do want to avoid, I mean, that's going to help with like fitment issues. Just tighten it all at the end. Okay, and that's another one. Let me make sure I got this one right. I felt like this one sort of was cross-threaded a little bit. Ooh, there we go. There we go. Great. Oh, I guess that wasn't, that was supposed to fit in. There's like a nice little key right there. I didn't see that. Okay, great. All right, so we're getting there. Okay, and now we got to put the top. All right, so let me go ahead, put this case fan in here, and again, set this to the side. And now I'm going to bend this like this. Okay, so that kind of bends at a nice 90 degree. And then I'm going to go ahead and bend these inward. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. All right, so I'm just gonna kind of eyeball these, make sure these are all kind of 90 degrees. Look pretty good, look pretty good. Okay, and now we're gonna install the handles. So that's fun. So we got these nice, like very heavy duty, like steel handles. And those require screw size D. Before I lose any more of these, let me go ahead and put these in the bag. Yeah, no, I love this color as well. That's part of the reason why I got it. It's so unique. And it's the only color that they offer, at least for now. So size D screws, which I'm assuming are these. Scissors, there you are. Okay. These seem correct. Yep. D, good, okay. And to make sure the position is right, basically we're putting in 1 by 1 in. So it's 1 hole in, 1 hole to the right. That's fine. I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna feed the screw through. Just gonna hand tighten it first. You gotta trust me, Stuart. Yeah, I know. It was a little risky, but yeah, it worked out. Thankfully, it bent right at the crease. Okay. All right, so that's one handle in. And let's put the last one in. All right, so also guys, is the music still going? It's like, y'all remember that Nickelodeon show Guts? I guess you could say I got guts. All right, handles are installed. Okay, so now that we got those installed, okay, we can now go ahead, and put in the USB-C connector. So we're gonna need, that's kind of, there we go. So for the USB-C connector, what we're going to need to do okay, so we got the silicone plug. And we have 2 color options for that. But the screw we're going to need is screw B. So screw size B, which I believe are these. Yes, okay. All right, so we're going to take the front panel. And we're going to go ahead and install the USB-C connector. All right, so that's the USB-C front connector. It would have been nice, I think, to have maybe like a USB Type A connector in the front. But I mean, I understand why they went with the USB-C. Kind of future-proofed, but okay. And that, oh, and it goes right up here. There is a USB connector or header. There we go. All right, so that's USB-C. Fantastic. Okay. Whew. All right, we're almost there, guys. Almost there. So now would be time to install the GPU. We don't have a GPU, so we can skip that. Make sure all modules and cables are connected to the motherboard and PSU. Okay, so now we got to connect the power supply. Okay, let's get this out of the way. Let's get all these cables out of the way. Oh, this is going to be kind of tough, actually. All right, so let's see here. All right, so now I'm gonna probably should do the CPU one first, I guess. Oh, plug it to the board first. Okay, that's actually a good idea. All right, so now what side goes to which? Because that was... Ah, so this goes to the... Okay, so this goes to the motherboard. All right, here we go. All right, so here's the motherboard. Goes like this. Okay. And then the CPU, which was the narrow one goes there and the thick one. Where was the CPU power? Oh dear God. CPU is all the way in here. Wow, that's going to be a little bit tough to get to. We need some light. Actually, probably should have plugged these in before. Oh. there we go. I feel like if I just there we go. All right, so that's plugged in. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna plug. Make sure this is all good. Okay. I think I'm gonna plug in the CPU first. I'm going to plug that in the closest one. Actually, probably I should, well, we'll see. Might have to stand up here, guys. Ugh. Contort my body to fit. No wonder. Just putting it in upside down. Okay, that's one. And now for the motherboard. I feel like I should have I'm going to unplug the USB-C. I'm going to plug that in last. Yeah, power supply is very tiny. I kind of like it. It's cute. There we go. Actually, y'all, I don't know how this is going to fit. It's very tight. Very tight. Honestly, I feel like, you know, I'm going to take the USB out because that's just getting in the way. Yeah, it's a SFX. I believe that's right. It's the really small ones for Mini-ITX builds. All right, so that's out. Now we got some more space to deal with all this. I'm actually thinking about taking this back panel out because I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to reach these. These cables are just too. Honestly, I probably should have plugged the power supply first. Yeah, actually, you know what? I think that's what I should do. plugged in. Okay, so I got one of them in. Now I just gotta get the other. So let me take this out. Taking the 3.5mm headphone jack also out. Whew. Man, yeah, this case, I guess once it starts getting together, it's very cramped on the inside. There we go. Very cramped. So, yeah, that kind of gives me a little more space. Quite a bit more space, actually. And it's also kind of dark, and the light's not really getting in there, so it's kind of hard to see. There we go. All right. Whew. I think I got all the cables in there. Actually, this one. There we go. All right. Whew. We are in. We are in there. Jeez Louise. Golly. That was tough. Yeah, I think it'd probably be best for just for future reference. I don't know if anybody's going to ever install a you know, into a case like this, but probably want to route your power supply cables first. Have them plugged into the power supply. Yeah, definitely. All right, so I'm going to route that wire there. I think I'm going to try and move these cables out just like, you know, that. There we go. All right, so, and then that way I can tuck them down. I'm trying to get them out of the way of the CPU fan. Let me turn this off. And I'm going to try and tuck in these cables down here. Yeah, the other thing that doesn't help is that these power supply cables are very, very thick and very rigid. I'm just trying to tuck them away. There is a little space. Kind of where they can kind of accumulate. And I'm just trying to jam all the cables down in there, in that little space. That way it doesn't impede the fan. There we go. That looks pretty good. All right, so now we can go ahead and we can put the audio jack and the 3.5mm, the USB-C cable, we can put that back in. I think what I'll do is I'll put it, trying to figure out how I want to route this. Yeah, I'll probably just do it like that. That's fine. That actually helped keep the cables managed as well. Yeah, man, y'all having fun yet? Whew. This is definitely a lot more challenging than I thought it was going to be. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm glad I got this case. I think it's going to be, in the end, it's going to be very cool, but I would say this case is mostly aesthetics, more so than functionality. Even though it does have a nice small footprint, but I think probably most Mini-ITX cases have a nice small footprint in general. So nothing too spectacularly special. Let's plug that in. Okay. All right. So we got that. Got the fan, power switch. We're gonna hook all that up here. Oh, I gotta put the audio jack back in, of course. Okay, and now I can probably hook up the power. So we got power, and then we got the LEDs. Okay, and then we can also hook up the audio, which was RTS, not TRS. RT and S is the order. Okay. All right, so that's what we're looking like so far. Whew, that was something else, my God. Okay, so everything's plugged in. Make sure all the modules and cables are connected, motherboard and PSU. All right, so now we can go ahead and attach the top. All right, so let's go ahead and attach the top. It's all coming together, that's right. Oh God, come on. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, there's a little key right there to kind of help level set everything. And we're gonna go ahead and use 4 screws. See if we can find them, they're right here. Now remember guys, I lost one of the screws, so I might have to, you know, I mean, I still have plenty, so maybe they gave me a bunch of extra ones. But I might have to find it in case I do need, to use it or need that extra one. Guys, I'm really liking how this is turning out. I know I'm going to give you all the angles as soon as it's kind of, you know, ready for me to just kind of handle. But as of right now, it's just I got to do whatever is comfortable. Okay. Whew. Yeah, and sorry I'm not watching the chat as much. I'm just really trying to focus on getting this up and running. There we go. Okay. Now, so we got those 4 screws. All right, so now it's saying to test before continuing. Yeah, did I lose you guys there for a second? Something, my screens went blank. All right. Whew, I thought I lost the stream there for a second. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and we're going to try and see if this thing posts. Oh, okay. You know what? Guys, I made a mistake. Okay, so now I know what this little paper thing is for. This little paper, and I'll show you once I'm done installing it, but I actually got to remove this. So let me go ahead and remove this. Haha. It actually does go in between there's two panels that it goes in between. So, okay. It makes sense now. They should actually mention that. Unfortunately, the instructions, the instructions are kind of like IKEA, except there are actually words, but now I see why they wanted it. So it goes right in between. It's like a little dust cover, and then it goes right in between. And I think actually someone said that, like it's like a dust cover. So. Actually, the LED, it's also kind of clear how that, okay. Cool. All right, let's do that again. Okay. Okay, so that's fitting in. So also another thing, and I don't know, I talked about it in a couple of my videos, but one of the tricks to avoid cross-threading a screw is to go in the counterclockwise direction and until you feel like a little click, and that's when the threads catch. And then once you feel that, then you can go ahead and you can screw it in without kind of worrying that you're going to cross the threads. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. I'm really trying to feel and let's see here. For whatever reason, this is not. Oh well. Well, this one I think I might have cross-threaded, but it was unavoidable, unfortunately. And then actually I kind of want to, I think, yeah, probably do it like that. Okay. All right, so I got the dust cover in there. Now let's see if this thing posts. Or not post, but let's just see if it turns on like it's supposed to. All right. Okay, let's get the HDMI port, or cable rather. Okay. Oh, turn it on. Power supply's on. Fans are spinning. You can, here's the case fan, which you may or may not be able to see, but that's spinning. But I am noticing the LED light is not turning on. I wonder if I have those backwards. Maybe that's what it is. Yep, I had them backwards. Turns on, perfect. Yeah, it turns on. So I wonder if I like hold it up, it'll like shut itself off. Yep, great, shut itself off. Turn the power supply off. The screen posted. So that's good. Yeah, this is the Teenage Engineering case. It's almost built. Just a few more steps to go. All right. Almost done. Okay, so we tested it, and now we can attach this plate, which will actually also have the fan attached. So we got to do that. And the way we're going to do that, is we're going to first attach the bumpers. I think I dropped one. There we go. And actually, interestingly enough, I wonder, do we want the fan pushing the air out, right? We don't, yeah, obviously we want it pulling the air out. So where are the, okay, so here. Yes, so we're gonna want to pull the air out. I'm actually gonna do that. That'll be the best. Okay. So yeah, right guys, is that what y'all think? Pushing air out? So yes, I think it's an intake. So you think I should be pulling air in? What do y'all think, guys? Ah, okay. All right, well, this is important, guys. I saw it used in Snazzy Labs Hackintosh build. Super cool. I heard they want it to suck it in the build. They show intake, but I disagree. I think it's an exhaust would be better. That's what I'm thinking too. Unfortunately, it doesn't, yeah, because it's going to be pulling air in from the top, and then it's going to be being pushed out. Yeah, I think that's what you want. You want it to push the air out. Yeah, I'm going to do that. So I'm going to pull, yeah, it's going to pull cool air from the top. I mean, or really from everywhere. There's holes everywhere on this thing. And, yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. I think that should work. Yeah, hot air rises. That's a good point. Pulling cool air in and going, whew. All right, so I'm at a loss, guys. Let's see if we can all come to an agreement. Hot air rises. Let me see here. Yeah, it's unfortunate it doesn't really state. Oh, actually, let me also see. Oh yeah, that won't even fit. That definitely won't fit. I'm gonna return these. Full APU build, no flu card, no GPU card. You want negative pressure to help the air leave. Okay, so what does that mean? Yeah, so there's definitely top vents. You could see it here. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. It'll, All right, guys, I'm gonna surprise you all, because we can't come to an agreement. I will surprise you all what I'm gonna do. And actually, I think this is what the picture is showing, but we shall see. I lost one of the dampers. Put an extra one in here. Yeah. Actually, it really doesn't matter what color I use because it's going to be hidden anyway for the damper. Oh, there it was. It's on the back. Okay, so now I need to use the B screw and then the washer. So I got the washers here. These are plastic washers. And then the B screws, which I guess are these. Let's make sure we got the right one. Yeah, so these are the kind of large ones. Perfect. Are these going to be long enough? Oh man, these aren't even long enough. Or maybe I need to take the bumper off. Yeah, I think I need to take the bumpers off. That kind of stinks. So the screws they provided are just ever so slightly short. I wonder if they're long enough if I... Yeah, they're long enough if I don't use the bumpers. I mean, I guess if it's tight enough, it won't vibrate. But that is a little unfortunate. Okay, that's one screw. Oh, hope I didn't lose you guys. My screen keeps on turning off. Yeah, there's like almost no thread to grab on for these washers, or sorry, these nuts on the. But they are long enough, so they do catch a little bit. And I guess it is spread amongst 4 screws, so it can easily support the weight of the fan. Okay, one more screw, and then we're set. Okay. I will say this is probably one of the tougher builds to do on a stream. It's just, it requires quite a bit of attention, just because of all the you know, all the parts. You got to bend all the metal. Definitely not the most user-friendly thing, but anywho. All right, now we just gotta screw the last panel on, guys. This is the home stretch. And then I'll just kind of show you all what it looks like. But let me see here. So now we just got to take this out. Yep, just put the last panel in. Put the top 2. Okay. It's really coming together, guys. Yeah, it's definitely, you want to, actually I can put it on the side here. You can kind of see what I'm doing. But there's the fan, completely exposed. That's why I wanted to buy the cage, to sort of, you know, shield in case, you know, I mean, not that anybody's going to stick their finger in it, but just a little bit of extra precaution. Okay. Trying my best to not cross thread this. It is tough though. That one might be cross-threaded, but. So another thing I'm noticing is that a lot of these, a lot of my bends weren't perfect 90 degrees. So, but the nice thing is that when assembling the case, everything kind of straightens itself out. So that kind of just really helps everything. And that's one thing to keep in mind. Your bends don't have to be perfect. Oh, so I guess, yeah, so I lost one screw, but it looks like they give you a couple extras. So that's good. And then what I'm going to do, the last thing I'm going to do is basically go around and tighten everything. Okay, there we go. Now I'm going to just tighten everything. Yeah, key thing is because this is very thin sheet metal, you don't want to over tighten because you'll very easily strip the threads. But hey, not bad, am I right? I don't know. I'm kind of impressed with this. And I guess that's everything, guys. That's it. It's done. Oh yeah. So just to kind of let you know, let me straighten that out a little bit. So that little paper washer was basically to go in between this panel and the one behind, and it acts as like a dust cover. So now I'm noticing this switch is supposed to go freely, but it's kind of getting caught on something. Oh well, it's good enough for me. Let me zoom out a little bit. That's as far out as I can go. Oh yeah, so the bottom here. This is what the bottom looks like. So you see, you got your fan right here, or your inlet. At least this is caged. That's nice. I'm glad that got caged. That's your front. Actually, let me do it like this so y'all can see. So that's the front. You got your USB-C right there, headphone jack, power switch, indicator LED. On this side, you just got the inlet fan. On the back, I/O, power supply. This is the opening for the GPU, so if I do ever get a GPU, it'll go right here, and I just break this tab off. Nothing on this side, so it's just plain. Might put a Macho Nacho sticker right there. And then the top, we got these nice, we got these nice little handles. So that's it. I mean, it's finally built. I mean, actually, so if y'all look at me, so you can see how small it is. That's how big it is, guys. It's tiny. It's a tiny little box. It's heavy though. It is heavy. But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna like overclock this or anything. I mean, I think probably the fan here is enough. There's the fan on the bottom pulling air in. But yeah, no, I think this is a cool little build. I think a lot of you guys said I should probably do, yeah, I can always put more fans later on. Although I'm not sure how I'll mount them. I guess I could probably mount a big fan up here to just kind of push air out. There is a lot of space up here. I might actually do that. I might actually mount like a big old fan right here. Unfortunately though, there is the only thing is there's only, I think, one fan header so on the motherboard, and I'm already using it for this small one here on the side. So actually this might be an I mean, I think it's fine. Yeah, I'm glad you guys like it. Thank you. I mean, I'm pretty impressed with it. Overall, I think I spent probably a little bit less than $1,000 on everything, because the case was about $200, which is kind of expensive, especially given all the, you know, work you got to do to build it yourself. The GPU I think was the CPU was 350, so that's 550. Motherboard was like another 200, so that's 750. The fan was like 750, so 770. Hey Cassinia, thank you again. Wow, you watched the whole build. All right. Yeah, thank you so much. And again, say hey to Simeon for me. But yeah, so what was I? So 770, and then the power supply was like another 150, so 770. So wow, so it's like about $900 for everything, just under $1,000. So kind of expensive, I think, for what it is. But I might do some benchmarks just to see. And actually, you know, these benchmarks are probably widely available online. So yeah, thank you, Cassinia. Now the next step is actually getting Windows on it, so we'll see how that goes. And also, hey, maybe I'll get like a mechanical keyboard. Actually, that was one thing I was thinking about doing an episode on, was building a mechanical keyboard, because that looked really fun. I was watching this one YouTuber, his name is Teha Types, and it's actually pretty involved in a lot of soldering involved in building a mechanical keyboard. So I don't know. And is that something you guys would be interested in? Yay? Nay? I don't know. Actually, let me go ahead and switch the angle up. Let's see. Okay, so it's 9 o'clock. So this took about 4 hours to build, guys. 4 hours. That's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Let me go change the camera angle. Boom. I'm going to put this right here. If you guys want to stick around and chat, we can chat. I'm going to clean up while also chatting to you guys. So I'm going to clean things up here. Also started getting... Oh, yeah. Kai, yeah. I think it seems like a pretty fun hobby to build mechanical keyboards. So that's something I'd be interested in doing. Thanks, Steven. Yeah, no, I'm really, really happy with how this turned out. So what happened between Thursday video and today? You sounded less optimistic. Oh, yeah, so I'm still going to do it. It's just, you know, I was thinking about it. I was really excited to offer it, and I was really, you know, honored that he wanted me to sell it. But I was thinking with the aluminum shells, I'm going to be honest, he basically, for me to buy the shell from him is $160. It's expensive. And I was kind of telling him, I was like, and understand, it's a lot of machining. It's a lot of time on the CNC machine. And that's really what drives the cost. So it's expensive. It's $160. That's how much he would sell it to me. And I was kind of thinking, I was like, I really don't even feel comfortable trying to sell it for $160. Because first of all, I don't think a lot of people would buy it. And if I were to sell it for, let's say I make $10 on it, I sell it for $170. And really, it's not it. And really, I can't stock that many, mostly because I don't have enough money. Like, to buy 10 of these would be $1,500. So I could buy like 10 at a time, maybe. So yeah. So if I buy 10 at a time and I sell them all, I make $100. And honestly, I was thinking it might also be a big, you know, it might take a lot of my time up. And to make a video, it takes me on average probably another 40 hours every week. I work a full-time job, 40-hour work week. And then as soon as I come home, I start working on the video, and it's like another 8 hours. So really I'm like working 2 40-hour jobs. So I'm working 80 hours a week, 40 hours my regular job, 40 hours making a video. And to also operate the store, I'm not sure if I'll have the time, and also like monetarily, it just didn't seem like it'd be worth the time. I'm definitely gonna do at least one batch, and I feel kind of bad. He might actually try to sell them himself in the US. I just think it wasn't also financially feasible for him because he was doing it through Amazon, and Amazon takes basically 15%. So it's just tough. I don't know. And so I was kind of just thinking about it more and more. And then also dealing with customer service. You know, if someone messes up the installation, it'd be hard for me to get them another shell just because of how expensive they are. Also, I'll be buying 10 at a time, or maybe I buy 10 at a time. I only sell 8 and keep 2 extra in case maybe 2 are like damaged or something. So it was kind of a lot to think about. That's why I was a little bit less enthusiastic about it, talking about it with you guys here. Just kind of thinking about it more. I'm definitely going to do an initial batch. I don't even know what the price will be. I mean, yeah, it's expensive. They're very expensive, unfortunately. But yeah, so that was a long-winded answer to your question. So, okay, let me see. I think I missed some comments. What was this one for again? The stream. The stream was basically just to build the computer. That's all. Carlos is saying I should be good for an overclock. I probably won't overclock it, but yeah, that's good to know. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll do some gaming on this machine, but that's definitely not the intent. So, oh, that's right. I never plugged in the antennas. Let's go ahead and do that. The switch is not actuating as good as it did before. All right, so let's see. I'm actually not sure if I like these. I mean, I feel like this might take away from the coolness of the, it's got a long wire too. I don't know. What do you guys think about this? Should I install the antenna? I think I might get like different antennas for this. I'm not a fan of this one. Yeah, I'm gonna get different ones. This one is, I think I just want some that stick out in the back. You know, just a little bit. Yeah, I'm just gonna get some tiny ones. Yeah, this is like, this is too much. I don't need this. Yeah, I'm not gonna install the antenna. I'm actually really liking this. This turned out really nice. Yeah, I'm a little bummed though. I feel like this power switch though. Okay, now it's starting to work a little bit better. Okay. But let's see here. Let's see, just curious. Oh, yeah, wholesale's hard. Yo, yeah, I want to do the mechanical keyboard also. Looks time consuming mostly. I agree. And there are plenty of nice ones from the bin. That's true. That is true. But I don't know, there's something about building your own keyboard to kind of make it personal, which seems like, you know, I don't know. And I always like building things anyway, so. Just curious, does the PC you built have Bluetooth? I believe it does. So it's the Pro Wi-Fi, but I believe it does have Bluetooth built in as well. Let's see here. Okay, so it has I/O. Internal connectors, USB, storage, expansion slots, memory, onboard graphics. Wireless. It has, yeah, Bluetooth. It has Bluetooth 5. So Wi-Fi, ABGN, AC, support for 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. And it has Wi-Fi 6. Okay. Bluetooth 5. Yeah, so it's good. It's got it all. Yes, but the antennas are never plugged. Okay, let's see. Yes, but so got that. I'm gonna get a different one from Amazon. Yep, I agree. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Cassina. Self-taught. Absolutely. What was your favorite video that you've worked on? You know, my favorite video, and surprisingly it didn't do that well, was had a lot of fun with it. And I released it a while ago, but it was the, I forget what I called it, but it was basically a Game Boy Color build that I made into like a movie. And it was actually a Game Boy that I built for Mark Duddleton, Triforce from My Life in Gaming. I built him a Game Boy. But that was kind of my favorite one. I had a lot of fun making that video. So, yeah. And James says, I love my Model M terminal keyboard, but it's loud as heck. If I were to ever do streams yeah, that's the only problem with some of the mechanical keyboards. Depending on like what switch you get, they can be very, very loud. So I was watching the Teha Type videos, and he lubes all of his switches. So that does seem time consuming, but it does seem worth it. I just realized my microphone has been in my way the whole time. There we go. Unrelated, but what soldering station do you use? I'm looking to get one. So actually, I think I have it linked in this video, but it is the Hako FX951. I love it. It's digital, so you can control the temperature. And you can also swap out the tips very easily. So, yep. All right, Red Herring, getting some firewood. Sounds good, man. Yep, just finished it up. It's good to go. But yeah, guys, that's about it. Thank you. Let's see here. What do your coworkers think of your channel? Oh, not a lot of them know that I have a channel. I try to keep them completely separate. Mostly because the work is completely unrelated. Obviously, I mean, I don't do like videography stuff at work. But yeah, so I pretty much try not to tell anybody. If it comes up in conversation. But really, most of my coworkers don't even know that I have a YouTube channel. So, yep. Yeah, Model M. Is Model M, is that like the IBM? Like those old school IBM keyboards? It sounds familiar. Yeah, so, okay, with the Thick Boy, that is, I want to say it's almost done. So, we're just finalizing because you can't simply just, have a 3D design and have it injection molded. You have to make sure that it's, yep, still doing okay. Actually, we're finished up. Stadium Arts, all finished. And thank you for all your help. Really appreciate it. But JP, back to your question, the injection molding requires a little bit of tweaking to the 3D prints. To account for a bunch of different things, and that's kind of what we've been working on. So check your Twitter DMs when you have a chance. I dropped you a message where, okay, yeah, we'll do. I'll definitely check it out. But yeah, guys, so it's getting kind of late, and I'm gonna try and see if I can get Windows on this, and I don't want to bore you with that process, but thank you all, for tuning in. And, this was a lot of fun, but I definitely want to try and do more live streams in 2022. It's just, whenever I do a video, it's it takes so much time, and really just yeah, I like to squeeze. There was one point where I was pretty good at doing them on Thursdays. Thursdays are kind of like my break days because that's when the video releases, and I have like kind of a day to decompress. Because it's a race as soon as I'm done with the video to start on the next one. So, but yeah, I think I'm gonna head out here, guys. And again, thank you all for joining the stream. I got a pretty cool video coming out this Thursday. So, yeah, maybe a Q&A. Maybe I will do a Q&A, a live one. That would be fun. Good suggestion, Cassinia. Yeah, and oh, thanks, Gabrielle. Appreciate it. Looking forward to it. So, to using it. But all right, guys. Well, it's 9:30 here in the DC area, and getting close to bedtime. So, thank you all for joining, and I will see you all, definitely next Thursday in the next video, and I'll try and do more streams. So, but all right, guys, I'm signing off, and I will catch you all later. Take it easy, Red Herring.